Oh wow, I messed that up a little bit. Hello up here. Hello, hello. Oh, I don't have that muted. Oh, how do I unmute that? I don't know, that stays muted. That's weird. Oh, finishing HIVESWAP FRIENDSIM today. I think it's gonna take me probably 3 to 4 hours, maybe. Hello, Mr. Gamer1Dude2, the mod. Hello, oh, oh my god. You didn't see that, but let me just zoom in. I it my messages all disappeared. Oh, there they are. Okay. Hello, I guy. Yeah, just to finish this real swift. Well, maybe saying swift is the wrong term. I got home later than I normally do, so I had to start streaming a little later. Yeah. Oh, something about that damn clown dude segment. Damn, that was wild. Yeah. Worst part is, man, the clown wasn't even that hot. Like, come on. No. It was alright. It was pretty cool though. Uh, I actually did like this guy more. I'm gonna click into this real quick. Actually, I thought this guy was very fun, but I like this. I like the switch up when you go into like the I get alternate universe, alternate timeline, or whatever the fuck happened. I thought that was kind of cool. Boom. Start. Okay, and I do have to start in volume 11 because I did not finish one of these characters, so I have to finish that up. And yeah, cause I didn't do Linera, Scalby, Scalby, something. Dum bum bum. I gotta get her done. Finish her little segment. I'm not blocking anything. No. Okay, cool. Ah. You've had such a good yeah. You've had such good luck making friends lately that you feel almost popular, but at the same time you feel a strange sense of loneliness that new friendship doesn't seem to penetrate. Maybe being the only one of your species light years away from home is starting to catch up with you. Or maybe you're starting to understand why popular kids in movies sometimes seem so sad. A number of trolls now like you. But do any of them truly know you? What you wouldn't give to hang out with someone you have real history with, someone with whom you don't have to do the introductory dance of yes, I'm clearly an alien. No, I don't know what's going on. Hello, late. Yeah, you are late. Yep, by 4 minutes. Cause I started stream later than normal. Someone with whomst you could reminisce about old times. Someone you've hung out with more than once. Right now, you're on the outskirts of town and the rocky outcrops surrounding you are familiar. You're pretty sure that entrance to the brooding caverns is around here somewhere. Your heart beats a little faster. Branya lives close to here. And talk about history. You two know each other deeply from hanging out once and then seeing her again in her ex-mate's her ex-mate Sprit's hive. Plus, you have a phone now. You have the power to text first. More old friend? More than once? I got it. Zabra. You get out the phone Connell gave you. Look at you go. Reading an alien language and operating alien technology just fine. Does it make sense that you've learned how to read a new alphabet in weeks without anyone teaching you? Not really. But maybe your struggles with with Spanish class in high school were just a fluke and you've been a secret linguistic genius this whole time. Branya texts you back immediately, giving you directions for how to meet her in the caves. You head down, but before the Jade Blood Hive is in sight, a troll emerges from the shadows. At first you think it's Branya, but you freeze midway when this new troll steps into the light. Branya doesn't wear glasses, and she has never glared at you like that. Oh. How loud is that? That's not bad. Maybe I do that though.
It's you. I remember you. You were down here a few weeks ago, bothering Bronny and distracting her when we almost had a luscious stampede.
Ouch. Is that really how Brownia has described your adventures together? Maybe it's silly for someone that small to hurt your feelings when another recent friend nearly got you killed in a clown church. But you like to think you and Brownia formed a real connection. She never made you feel like you were bothering her. Oh, Lanera. Yes, I didn't do this one. I skipped this one. I was feeling extremely tired that night. Then the next time I forgot, and then it just kind of not stampeded. Then it just snowballed from there.
A real connection. Is that why you think you can just come down here and text her?
Holy shit. Is Lanera reading Bronia's messages? Does Bronia know she's been doing that? Damn. She's pretty good.
That's none of your business. Bronia and I are best friends. I'm just looking out for her. She has a lot of Jade blood responsibilities and doesn't need anyone shifty coming in to disrupt her.
You have to wonder if Bronia would agree with this statement made on her behalf, and you sure would like to see her in person and confirm for yourself.
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Why don't you tell me? What is the nature of your relationship? Why should I allow you to hang out with her? As your text message so boldly suggests.
Bluffing has saved your ass in some bleak situations before. But you could also go on the offense here. You're concerned about Bronia's privacy now, and as her friend, maybe you shouldn't just look the other way. Make wild claims about your friendship with Bronia to save yourself. Yes. We go way back. You and Bronia go way back.
That's what I just said.
Holy shit. If Lanera is unfamiliar with your history, it might be because your friendship with Bronia predates hers. And actually, part of why you texted her today was because your close friendship has recently been getting a little red, you could say. Oh, cool. Bronia needed someone to step in and fill the hole in her blood pusher left by Elward after all. Considering the changing nature of your relationship, Bronia has been even more protective of you than usual lately. Oh. Lanera doesn't seem impressed by your astute cultural knowledge, nor does she look intimidated. Her glasses reflect opaque in the murky cavern light as she takes a step closer. Her claws, you've just noticed, are very sharp. Damn.
Bronia is very protective of those she pities. You've got that much right. If you're telling the truth. And I don't know if you are. Maybe she would want to protect you. If she knew that you were here.
Oh, fuck. You fucked up. If Lanera intercepted Bronia's phone, then Bronia has no idea you reached out. And you can be disposed of with none the wiser.
Oh no. Look what you made me do.
You had no idea someone in a skirt that long could move so fast. Oh. Damn. He's pretty good. What right does Lanera have to creep on Bronia's phone? You puff up with all the self-righteousness you can muster. The nature of your relationship with Bronia is between you and Bronia, and you're not doing anything suspicious by wanting to see your friend. In fact, it seems a lot more suspicious that Lanera is trying to intercept anyone who messages Bronia. What possible reason could she have to justify that?
Well, I never. As I said before, I'm Bronia's best friend.
That's my yandere. Hell yeah.
I take our relationship, I mean my responsibility as a friend, very seriously.
You press the issue, narrowing your eyes and crossing your arms over to your chest. Her responsibilities as a friend, huh? Sounds kind of fishy.
Fishy? Are you serious right now? Are you really coming down here to making fish puns like some kind of sea dweller? That is so suspicious. Who knows what Brania decided to show you when you tricked her into trusting you? Not that we have anything to hide, but who knows? If you're at all associated with Sweet Ellis, then we
Has there not been a sea dweller yet? No. Huh? Except for the ones that like killed me that one time.
a pretty big problem on our hands, don't we?
You've heard of sea dwellers by now, but none of your friends have talked about them much. Mostly, you've gathered that they dwell in the sea. You don't know why it would be extra bad for you to be one of them, but it's clear you need to backpedal. Before you can try to disown your choice of fish-related phrasing, Lanera advances on you. Maybe sea dwellers can't be friends. Damn.
Obviously, I can't let you talk to Brania now. You are way too suspicious. I think you and I should have a private conversation instead.
At least your life is uneventful when you're unconscious. When you come to, you're sitting on a chair with your wrists tied, and as your eyes adjust to the darkness, you realize that you're in a smaller cave than the big open caverns that led to the Jade Blood's hive. Damn. Damn. Who that? Oh wait. Ha. The hair is just weird. Never mind. I know who that is. Thought that was an eye patch for a second. I thought that was cool. If it was an eye patch, it would have been cool, but oh, an iron maiden. I guess maybe that term still exists for them. Huh. A lot of them. A lot of her. When you come to, you're sitting on a chair with your wrists. Oh yeah, I read that one. Oh. A light switches on and you can see that the cave walls are lined with bookshelves. And there's a desk in the corner. There are books and notebooks and bulletin boards with what looks like outlines and study guides pinned to them. And in front of you is Lanera holding a knife.
Ooh. Oh good, you're awake. This is my study cave. In the Jade Blood Hive, it's hard to concentrate because people break the rules and I get irritated, so I come here to do homework. That's all, just homework.
When you take a second look at the bulletin boards, you see that a lot of what Lanera has pinned up are pictures of Brania. There are a few pictures of Lanera and Brania together, but it's mostly just Brania by herself, and even a couple blurry photos of Brania and Elward.
What are you looking at? There's nothing to see here.
She brandishes the knife in your face, and okay, yeah, sure, now she and her gigantic knife have your full attention, and you are not looking at her creepy Brania shrine anymore.
I brought you here because your messages to Brania were highly suspicious. I don't know you, and I don't trust you. You could be trying to see Brania for nefarious purposes. So I brought you here to vet you. Now we can talk about what your real intentions are.
So, you're definitely going to die in this cave, held captive by an unhinged Jade Blood who was convinced of your guilt from the moment you dared to text her best friend. That kind of sucks. You tried so hard and you got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Oh, come on. Stop playing the victim. If anyone is the victim here, it's me. I tried so hard to be there for Brania as her best friend, but she doesn't even.
Aw. Linnea stops abruptly. You see her lower lip start to tremble before she turns her face away from you. The sharp tip of the knife pointing at your throat droops a bit. Damn. Its dejected swing takes dangerously close to your navel, and you try to subtly lean backwards in your chair. Linnea interrupts the noise of distress that escapes your mouth as a noise of sympathy. Interprets. What? I can't read ever.
It's fine, though. Really, it's fine. Our friendship is great. I wouldn't change anything about it.
She's cooked.
It's fine as long as she doesn't have any other friends. Because I'm her best friend. I should be the only one she needs.
Linnea's knife is now completely lowered, pointing at the floor. That gives you some hope. She seems to have forgotten about her sea dweller suspicions. Maybe if you can keep her talking about Bronya, the whole stabbing notion can be taken off the table and she might even let you go. You rack your brain for all the knowledge of alternating relationship dynamics that you've managed to compile during your time on this planet's best friends? They have a special word for that, right? You tell Linnea that you're sure Bronya doesn't need anyone else. If she and Bronya are Moirels, then Linnea must be very special to her.
What? I never said we were Moirels. That's not even the quadrant that I want her in. I mean,
never mind that. How dare you make assumptions? Down. Boom. Ha. Hello. Knife point again. Oh shit. All you meant to say was that you thought her relationship with Bronya was probably fine. You figure you figure they must be in a quadrant together because you're a clueless alien. You're bad.
I get why you would think that. It's probably so obvious that my feelings for her, my feelings for her are very red.
Linnea hangs her head and her shoulders shake. Tears roll down her cheeks, dripping under her crisp shirt collar and the knot of her jade green tie.
I know I don't have a chance. She doesn't think of me that way. I'm her loyal friend and second in command. That's all I will ever be to her, no matter what. And I try to do a really good job at being her best friend. Because what else can I do? If I'm her best friend, then at least I'm still in her life. At least I mean something to her.
Maybe it's fine. Oh, maybe it's the fact that Linnea's knife hasn't come close to any of your major arteries for a hot minute. Or maybe it's the tears. Either way, you feel sympathy encroaching on the monopoly that abject terror had previously maintained in your brain's economy. You've acted as a verbal sounding board or a sympathetic ear for some of your other troll friends while they dealt with crises of various kinds. Slipping into the role of a therapist for someone who's holding you hostage at knife point is a new one for you, but unfortunately it's not that much of a stretch. It seems like young trolls in Alternia have to deal with these heavy life issues by themselves, feeling so alone that they're willing to turn to an alien stranger to help them work things out. But again, maybe life is that grim and isolating for human teenagers too, and you never just and you just never noticed before. Maybe everyone's too mired in their own shit to look up and realize that the moo beast fecal matter is waist high for everyone around them too. You clear your throat and speak with as much consoling gentleness as you can muster while your head still throbs from where Linnea knocked you out. It seems like trying to be Bronya's best friend isn't making Linnea very happy.
Of course it isn't making me happy. I can't keep her from having other friends no matter how hard I try. And she's amazing, so of course everyone wants to be her friend, including you apparently.
Oh no. You barely even had a chance to miss that knife before it's waving around again. Yikes. Your friendship with Bronya is nothing like her relationship with Lanera. You don't count as any kind of competition. Bronya is one of many friends to you, and while you cherish her and support her endeavors, you appreciate the joy and fulfillment that can come from having many different friends instead of depending on a single person to meet all of your emotional needs.
You sounds fake. Why would I ever want any friends besides Bronya? She's my whole life.
Okay, but it seems like it's painful for Lanera to be relying on Bronya to be her whole world when Bronya isn't doing the same in return. Has Lanera ever talked to Bronya about any of this?
No, never. I'm terrified to tell her how I feel. Being her best friend feels awful, but losing her would be so much worse. I can't take that risk.
But if Lanera never talks to Bronya about her feelings, she'll always be unhappy because she wants more. Even if she thinks that it's unlikely that Bronya feels the same way, maybe open communication with her friend could help Lanera process her feelings and move on. You know that Lanera has a big heart, blood pusher, and many fine qualities, and she doesn't deserve to be stuck in this unhappy, unrequited relationship purgatory forever.
Wow. You really think I have fine qualities?
You try very hard not to think about the glint of that knife. Sure, Lanera has positive qualities. She seems loyal and well organized and studious and caring. Some troll out there is going to want the same kind of closeness from her that Lanera is looking for, and she owes it to herself to take actions that could lead to the happiness instead of being stuck in a sad situation forever.
I don't know. Maybe you're right or maybe you're wrong, but I don't want to move on, even if I know I should. I just want to be with Bronya forever.
Oh, Lanera crumples to the ground, dropping the knife and sobbing into her hands. It's hard to watch someone in this much distress and not want to help them, but on the other hand, her misery has distracted her, and this might be your only chance to try and escape. We escape. Because I came here looking for Bronya. You look around to see if there's anything within reach that you could use to free your bound hands. On the desk a few feet away, you spot a spiral-bound notebook with a nasty-looking edge on its binding. You scoot your chair over, doing your best not to make any noise, but Lanera is too busy wailing to notice regardless. You get a hold of the notebook, and you saw through the rope with your wrists.
It was so hard to watch her and Albert together. Albert doesn't deserve her. She was so mean. I know she's a Crulian, but I swear if she shows her face in the caverns again, I'll go straight for her primary spurt artery.
It's a good reminder that Lanera is dangerous. You saw faster, and success. Your hands are now untied. Lanera's back is turned to you while she gets up from the floor, and you take a quick look at the notebook in your hands. It seems to be a carefully annotated and organized scrapbook / diary, chronicling Lanera's friendship with Bronya. On the one hand, it's a bit creepy in the context of how you're still held hostage by the person who made this, but on the other hand, it does pull at your heartstrings. But you keep a firm grip on those heartstrings because you've still got to get out of here. When Lanera turns back to face you, you leap from your chair, brandishing the scrapbook in front of you like a shield. If she comes any closer with that knife, you can destroy this scrapbook in an instant with your acid spit. That's right, your alien anatomy has destructive powers that can vaporize Lanera's precious Bronya memories in seconds.
No, you can't. What are you doing?
Oh.
dare you touch how dare you touch that book?
For a terrifying second, you think she might lunge at you, but then Lanera steps to the side, giving you a straight shot to the cave exit. As you scuttle your way towards freedom, you remember your phone. Lanera took it from you when she knocked you out, and you don't know how you could possibly get another one.
No way. I'm not giving you anything you might use to contact Brania. I won't have you messaging her behind my back and trying to replace me as her best friend.
It seems like nothing you said when you were tied up had any impact on her at all. Maybe forcing people at night point to be your therapist doesn't result in quality therapy. You still feel bad for her, but it's time to break out the big guns. If Lanera doesn't return your phone, you will find another way to reach Brania, and you'll tell her everything. Not only the lowdown on Lanera's stalking and kidnapping tendencies, but also the truth about how Lanera feels about her. Lanera gapes at you. Her eyes fill with tears again, but she hands over your phone.
I can't believe how cold you are. I thought that maybe we were bonding, that maybe I could start to trust someone other than Brania. But you didn't mean a single word of all those things you said.
Lanera's face twists and contorts between rage and grief when you make the phone scrapbook trade. She drops a knife in her other hand and clutches the scrapbook to her chest like it's one of the wigglers in the Jade Blood Nursery. You don't feel guilty for doing what you had to do to escape unharmed, but you can't help but wish that you had been able to actually help her.
It's clear to me now. Brania is the only friend I will ever have.
Damn. Damn. There's so much expression here. Oh. You remember what you did for Polipa when she was upset. Sitting in a chair with both hands tied behind you doesn't make for ideal shush-papping conditions, but maybe you can approximate the gesture. Ah, a true yandere. So good. Now to befriend maybe. Lanera is huddled crying on the floor, and you think you could maybe get close enough to lean your knee against her back or something. Hopefully that would be interpreted the same way as the classic palm to cheek move. You inch your chair closer to her, but you lose your balance and wobble and then topple forward. Oh. Lanera's discarded knife is right there, sharp edge ready to plunge right into your incoming soft body, but then Lanera moves quickly and grabs your chair and saves your life.
Oh shit, that was a close one. You really could have died.
She stares at the knife with huge round eyes. Oh, what I press? With huge round eyes. Clearly shaken up by your near-death experience just now. Considering how often you nearly die these days, you feel more blase? I don't know that word. About it. But you're glad it's having an impact on her if it makes her rethink the whole kidnap and stab thing.
I'm so sorry. I don't want you to actually die. I saw what you were doing with that chair when you fell. You were trying for the traditional seated front hinge shush pap because I was upset.
The traditional seated front hinge shush pap. Holy shit.
It was very kind of you to try and console me. I never really thought you were a sea dweller, you know. Maybe what I'm doing is wrong.
Lanera sets her jaw with conviction and with one slash cuts you free of your bonds. You get to your feet, stumbling a bit because your leg fell asleep. You can't believe you're getting out of the situation without any blood loss. You feel positively elated about this turn of events, but Lanera still looks sad.
You're free to go. You must think the worst of me after all this. Well, you're not going to lie. This wasn't the best start to a friendship you ever had. But horrifyingly enough, it also wasn't the worst. You feel for Lanera, and you want to show her how a real friend-making aficionado gets out of there and meets people. You think making new friends could help her feel less clingy about Branya. Oh, you would really do that for me? I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about new friends. But you do seem to know what you're talking about. You don't know where to go with Lanera to teach her how to make new friends. She is probably a bit too uptight to enjoy the music clubs you've been to, and you don't think that troll studying in the book hive would take kindly to a lot of loud, friendly conversations. You decide to go to the cafe that Elward introduced you to. Thankfully, they're not having an excessive bodily force poetry night, since you're not sure that would be Lanera's scene. There are a number of Krulians here, but you also spot a few indigos and teals and a cluster of defiant-looking olive bloods with some yellows, all sitting together. The crowd is overall less pierced and undercutted than it was when you were here with Elward, and the vibe is laid back with all the trolls just sitting around and quietly chatting. You order the drinks, already taking for granted your newly acquired skill in reading troll language. Lanera is fidgeting when you sit down with her. This may come to a shock to you, but I don't get out of the caverns very much. I don't have time. There's so much to learn about J-Blood, life, and troll reproduction. Oh, I need a moment. Please, how I help to maintain order? It's not very often that I need to interact with trolls of other blood colors. You're not sure what's making her uncomfortable. The trolls around here that are lower than her on the human spectrum, or those that are higher. You've worked out by now that Jades are right in the middle. Maybe Lanera identifies with neither the haves nor the have-nots. From what you remember, neutrality is a big concept with Jades. You assure Lanera that it's natural to be a little nervous. Most people feel like they're stepping out of their comfort zone when they make a new friend. If there's one thing you've learned as Alternian's resident friend-making expert, it's that terror and embarrassment are par for the course, but it's worth it in the end. I'm not nervous or embarrassed. It's just, I don't know. Everyone seems disorganized and suspicious and untrustworthy and unknown. She's so good. You have to bite your lip to keep from laughing. It's not even funny. It's just that Lanera is hissing all her words and leaning in towards you and glaring at the rest of the room. And the overall effect is weirdly endearing. Like someone put a 1950s school uniform on a feral cat. Before you can try again to reassure her, a new troll ambles up to your table. She looks friendly. That's a friendly amble. She's wearing glasses and carrying a book bag and has a teal symbol on her chest. So she might be a nerd like Lanera. This could be a good new friend match. New friend? King eyes. I think I've seen you around before. Do you also study at the book hive? You open your mouth and invite this new friend to sit down, but before you can respond, Lanera interjects. That's not any of your business, is it? What do you even want to know? Obviously, anyone who goes to the book hive to study goes there for peace and quiet. So why would you go? Why would you think you can bother us just because you recognize us from there? Oh, okay, jeez. My bad, never mind. See you around, never. And just like that, a golden opportunity for friendship has gone up in a puff of smoke. What was Lanera thinking being so rude? Doesn't she want to learn how to make friends? I changed my mind, okay? There's no way I could be friends with any of the people here. I don't know them. Not like I know you. You're surprised to hear that Lanera feels so positive about you when she was ready to stab you an hour ago. She takes your hand in both of her hands, squeezing your fingers tight. I know we didn't get off to a great start, and that's my fault. I can make it up to you. We're friends now, and we'll be friends forever. And I will call anyone who even thinks about trying to fuck with you.
This is not quite the lesson you had hoped to teach her about making friends. But maybe with her fierce loyalty and possessive streak spread out between you and Branya, Lanera can be a little more low-key about being a friend to you both. The determined look in her eyes and the ominous glint of her glasses don't scream low-key, but change doesn't always happen overnight, and you believe in second chances. You believe that Lanera will be capable of a healthy friendship someday. Oh, there she is! Oh my god. Wow. Um, I miss. Let me see. Let me see. I need to pull the picture and like I miss the simpler times. I missed when this was the yandere. This anime kind of sucks actually. Um, uh, it did take over for a while though. This one's very popular. Not many people actually watched it. I guess not many people are ever probably gonna watch this one again. Had its time. It went and gone. It's gone now. Uh, this was it. Uh, I'm actually surprised of like how many people don't know of this, based on just how many people I knew at certain times did know of this. Like I go to an anime convention about certain things. No one's heard of the anime. No one knows the characters, and I'm thinking in my mind, am I just old? Like even the people older than me don't know this character. Am I? I don't know. Have I just been watching anime too long? Do I have to get hit with? Do I got to get hit with my anime? Like, when this come? This one came out in like 2020. No, not 2020. 2011, 2013. Anime. When did this come out? Please tell me. Release date. Oh yeah, October 2011. Is it in Seven Gotcha Games? It should be in Seven Gotcha Games. Like, we wouldn't have so many like characters if this wasn't like without Yuno Gasai or Gasai, or we say that her name. We wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have this without that. It's important to point that out. Dun dun dun. Okay. Time is it? 7:40. That took about 30 minutes. Okay. Yes. This is it, fellas. Another night of laughter and camaraderie. Another night of joy and communion with some totally normal teens who would never Haha. Just kidding, idiot. You are still on Eternia. You just know one of these miserable chuckle fucks around here somewhere, waiting for the exact right moment to inundate. Is that how that word is spelled? Inundate, inundate, inundate. Yeah. Oh, you wish. You with another disgusting dose of friendship. Who is going to be the author of your destruction on this accursed evening? More like friend game. Oh, shit. Ugh. Fuck. Damn. Um. Vriska Mina. That's why I'm thinking of this right now. That's why. Okay. It's actually I still have Homestuck panels pulled up right now. I have this pulled up. This this is just sitting open. Uh yeah, that's what I was thinking of, like the brace. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That's just on my other monitor. It's there for safekeepings. No. Uh Daria is not so me despite both of us being busted. Oh, and Virgo. Oh. Oh wait, she has fucking different horns actually. Sorry, ignoring that one right now. For a second more. Oh wait, I like her like hair clip. Wait, hmm. Boom. Okay, Dar- Daria. I'm gonna call her Daria, cause of Daria, the show called Daria. Your feet drag as you walk, every limb heavy and slow, and your thoughts are cloudly and dull. Your palm husk is filled with unanswered text. That's like my phone, like actually. I'm really bad texting people back. Like super bad at it. To a massive fault actually. Um Actually right now I should probably be responding to people, but I'm not doing that right at this moment. You feel guilty about this? In the back of your mind where real feelings live crammed together because the front of your mind is too busy being lethargic and numb. Being a bad friend goes against the core tenets of your beliefs, but answering text just seems like too much effort. That's one of the persons I should be responding back to in a text actually. Is that moderator right there, that guy, gamer one dude two, the furry. Yeah, the furry. Boom. You're not sure where this particular like there's like too many people I know are furries. It's like a there's like an it's like past an equilibrium of fairies. I feel like in like out of people I know, huh? Just that the usual friend making animus that drives you is still there, but it doesn't feel strong enough to overcome how tired you are of everything else. You can't quite remember how it felt to care that much about companionship and camaraderie. TFW tech field. True, it's true. In fact, right now you can't remember how it felt to care about much of anything. Your thoughts drift to fantasies of driving your car into the uninhibited Alternian desert until you run out of fuel, perhaps letting the sun have its way with you. It could be part of that feeling that you've almost made all the friends there are to make, and that there's little left for you to do on this planet. It could be weeks of trauma catching up and sinking you into depression to protect you from thinking about it all. Either way, it just feels like so much effort to do anything, and you'd sort of welcome oblivion if it showed up right now to offer its sweet embrace. Your listless walking has taken you into a familiar neighborhood. Ah, the Crulian part of town. You smile as you reminisce, sweet memories peeking through like beams of sunlight through the fog of your apathy. Not far from here is Malik's Hive, with all with all of its hacking equipment and charming upper middle class atmosphere of entitlement and compliance mixed with vaguely socially aware concern. And though you've only seen pictures of it on Chitter, you know that Ramel's hipster art studio slash hive is also in the neighborhood. In one block over is our data's place, which gave you your gruesome and troubling introduction to Eternian social mores. One taught you love, one taught you patience, one taught you pain, or something like that. Are we partying? Damn. This is me hanging out with my friends because for some reason all my friends are like taller than me actually. Or yeah, this is me hanging out with all my friends because all my friends are taller than me and they all get like too wasted actually. Were those the lyrics to Seven Rings by Ariana Grande? How do you know that? Am I supposed to know that? Oh. The hive you're closest to is actually L-words, and as you shamble closer, you realize that a lot of other trolls seem to be converging here too. Fishing out your palm husk, you see that the unread message from L-word is an invitation to a party at her place. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. Looking around, why do these two look so familiar? Sorry, these look really familiar. Raise up your pet energy to me. Looking around, you feel a flame of your old desire to meet and greet rekindling in your heart. There are plenty of trolls here you haven't met yet, plenty of opportunities for friendship. And now roaring fire in your belly feels a little artificial, like someone just injected you with friend-making hormones to flood your regular human melancholy. But you're not going to complain because this is vastly preferably. As you're walking briskly towards Elward's hive, you spot a troll lurking in the shadows by Elward's back door. Curious, you approach, and when you get closer, you can spot the jade green in her outfit. Although there's not much of her blood color in comparison to what most other trolls seem to sport, because she's mostly wearing black and black spikes. Delta rotted. Daria. It's you. Guess it makes sense you'd be here. You're probably friends with Elward, huh? Whatever. Yeah, you're friends with Elward, but you didn't come here for the party. You're just in the neighborhood. You try to mimic Daria's disaffected slouch. It's not hard, as you can just channel the you from about 60 seconds ago, who was very disaffected indeed. From the approving arc of Daria's eyebrow, you think you're doing a pretty good job. Yeah, parties are lame. Most parties are anyway. This one might be cool. Elward's pretty cool. I mean, she seems alright. I don't. What's the pattern? Or is it just... I don't think she's that's cool. I just think her hair and clothes and personality don't completely suck as all. You tactfully don't comment on the green blush to Daria's cheeks when she's talking about Elward, nor the way she keeps glancing at the door like she's hoping someone will invite her in. She's clearly trying to sneak into the party and doesn't have an invitation. Oh, okay, I got like no man. That was probably really loud. Oh wait, no, it was muted. Oh cool, it was muted. That means I have time to turn it down. Here, I'll send this, and it's 9 seconds long, so it's gonna get
One taught me love, one taught me patience, and one taught me pain.
Okay. That's the entire stream. Destroyed now. Oh. Boom. She's clearly trying to sneak into this party and doesn't have an invite. When a branch snaps in the bushes, Daria startles and looks around shiftily. You wonder if she's supposed to be out on her own this far from the caverns at all. I'm not a baby like one shit. So what if I snuck out? The cloister rules are so lame. Branya is so lame. I can't believe Elward used to hang out with her. But I guess if she hadn't befriended Branya, then I would never would have met her. It's hard to meet non-Jade Bloods in the caverns. All the time you're on the ground with nothing but Lasha and grubs and the same stupid Jades every day. It sucks down there. Daria's imitation grubhorn bracelet clunks as she folds her arms over her chest. Her heavy makeup makes it look like her eyes are twin black holes, where all sense of fun and caring about things might go to die. She's giving you a marked contrast from how Branya talked about the caverns, with the peace and quiet and safety they offered compared to Alternian surface. And other than that time Linnea nearly killed you in the cave, and that time you were nearly trampled by a rampaging Lucius, you remember liking the caverns. Why you would think that? Don't know why I thought you might be cool. You might be friends with Elward, but you're also friends with Branya and Linnea. They're the two most boring trolls on this planet. You can't help but feel slightly defensive of your friends. Sure, Linnea is Linnea, but you wouldn't call her boring. And Branya is very fond of the rules. It's true, but she can hang. Whatever. This conversation is dumb. I don't care if you can't get me in the party. Nothing matters anyway. Just make your stupid choice and get on with it. Boom. Wow. Wow. A youngster should go home. Hey, fuck. You thinking about the Jade Blood Caverns has got you really missing them. The quiet monotony. The cute little grubs, the dank air and darkness. You can't think of a better place to lie down and have a depression nap. Perhaps even a depression coma. So you straighten up out of your slouch and tell Daria that regardless of her opinion on Branya and how cool or lame she is, those cloister rules probably exist for a reason, right? Maybe the two of you can go back to the caverns together. Fine. Be a goody two-strut pot in casement. I'm gonna go somewhere where it's not so lame. Lame. Damn. I'm not lame. Oh, that looks like the Powerade logo. Powerade's good. It's actually kind of better than Gatorade, actually, though. Why did I do that? I have to hit load. We party. Party. Fuck, what's that like? What's that Andrew WK song? Party. No. I wanna. Fuck, what's Andrew WK? How does the song go? So let's get a party going. Oh, party hard, party hard. That's it. That's the whole song, basically. So let's get up. Yeah. I'm thinking of this because of Helsing Abridged. Oh my god, Helsing Ultimate Abridged is so good. What the hell? It's not your job to keep anyone in line. And it's not like you have a great understanding of why even the older Jadebloods need to stay underground anyway. If Daria wants to sneak out into parties and get into trouble, who are you to say no? Daria expresses no pleasure at your decision to get her into the party. She just shrugs and rolls her eyes, and you shrug and roll your eyes back. You can play the role of disaffected a role of disaffected teen with the best of them. You take her around to the front door. Hey, you're looking forward to seeing Elward again. When you met her, you didn't have nearly as many friends as you do now, so in retrospect, you know you came off as kind of psychophantic. Psychophantic? Wouldn't it be great if you could introduce Elward to the new, popular, and knowledgeable you? As you're walking up the steps, a huge shadow dwarfs yours. You look up to see Chahut, of all trolls, grinning above you. Well, hey little one. I remember you. I can't remember how to do this. Hey little one, I remember you. And who is this new little one you've got with you? Chahut switches her interest from you to Daria, grinning down at her. Daria isn't huge for a Jadeblood or anything, but she seems absurdly tiny with Chahut looming down at her like that. Her face remains impassive and bored, but she scuffs one of her big black boots on the ground and twists one of her spiky bracelets around on her wrist. Count. Don't see many little Janes outside the caverns. I've always found greenies fascinating. Some devoted to the continuation of the species. What a holy mission. Kahut moves slowly and lazily, like she has all the time in the world and no conceivable reason to rush, and reaches down to pat Daria's shoulders. She lets her hand linger, one claw resting against Daria's neck. Ain't it a dangerous proposition to be so far away from your green brothers and sisters? Unless you're hiding something in those pretty veins. A slimy chill runs down your spine. Daria seems frozen to the spot, staring straight ahead at Chahut's bosom in front of her. You think Chahut is joking, but it can be hard to tell with clowns. Their humor is just so much more highbrow than everyone else's. Just joking? This looks like a good party, even if Elward is too blasphemous for my taste sometimes. See both of you little ones inside. Scary as fuck. And then she amples away, bending down to duck inside the door to the party. You hear party sounds, music and laughter and clinking drinks. What could be the sound of someone being murdered, which qualifies as party noises on this planet? Then the door swings shut again, and you and Daria look at each other. Daria's heavy makeup can make it hard to read her expression, but you can still tell she's rattled. You know what? It looks like this party is filled with lame conformers. Damn. She's weak. Oh, she's weak. I mean, that's what she was from the start, but oh no. All these high bloods that are all these high bloods that bind to the system and do what they're told, even Elward. We can find something better to do somewhere else. Yeah, to hell with this party. You're down to find your own fun, especially if it means not putting Daria in the way of potential murder-happy clowns. As you saunter away from the party, you realize that Daria is looking at you expectantly. Wow. You've got this reputation of being unconventional and weird and rebellious. Everyone seems to think you're like a total fucking... You're totally fucking with the conventions of society or whatever. So, got any suggestions for cool shit to do? God, you've sure felt a lot of pressure to be quirky since the word has spread about your manic pixie dream alien ways. It's not like you're trying to be a vehicle for other characters to project onto, assisting in character growth and insight for those around you while your impulse decisions and carefree ways somehow keep yourself stagnant and forever unchanged. It just seems to sometimes be like that. Anyway, you're tired and it's daunting to have a punk teen expecting you to come up with suggestions for cool stuff. You have a feeling she's just going to shoot down whatever you suggest. You rack your brain, trying to think of anywhere from your many adventures that Daria might like. Your think pan comes up with a zilch and squats, and she's starting to look bored with you. Confessing that you can't think of anything is probably an option if you want Daria to be your friend, and as exhausted and disillusioned as you feel with your socialite routine, you like her and want to bond. I'm yelling. I'm still yelling. Okay. Dunno. What do you want to do? You tell Daria you don't want... You tell Daria that you have no idea for cool things to do because everything on this planet is lame. But she's from here. Doesn't she know any non-lame places to go? Oh, good one. That's a good one. Ugh, I told you. I'm stuck underground all the time. It's not my fault that I'm literally sheltered and never get to do anything fun. Oops. Maybe this was the wrong approach. She seems pissed at you, but then Daria sighs loudly and crosses her arms from her chest. I do know of one place that's pretty alright, I guess. Better than here anyway. It's far though. Not a problem. You've got wheels. You were walking around the neighborhood because, well, you felt lifeless and glum, and your car needs alien fuel, which you've been reluctant to ask someone how to get because you don't want to be told it runs on grub grease or something like that. But now you have purpose again, and you're more than willing to provide a transportation in service of your new friendship goal. You take Daria to your car parked a few blocks away, and she directs you where to go. You drive through the neighborhood after neighborhood, through the yellow blood slums where you met Falkle and Caprum, the busy urban sector where you had adventures with the Gorgor, come on, with Gorgor and the Austere Indigo Blood enclave where Gallic lives. Eventually, the buildings get sparse, and you think about how you were yearning to drive out into the barren landscape and not die, maybe, but stop and just let it all end. You don't think Daria would take you all the way out here just for you to both meet sweet oblivion, but who knows? Strolls can be kind of hard to predict. Just when you think you've reached the point where there can't be any more city or suburb left, a rumble of massive old buildings comes into view. It looks almost like a miniature version of the main Alternian city that you're used to, except it's all abandoned and mostly ruined. Nothing around here looks inhabitable. A rumor has it that some of the trolls who live here pissed off the Condens. Oh. So she called this whole town. That would have been way back in the day. It's ancient now. If there were any survivors, I guess they'd be either dead or up in space. Anyway, all these old buildings are kind of sick. There's never anyone else here, and I'm into that. You drive until she tells you to stop in front of a huge, crumbling building, and even though this thing is half gone, you can still tell it's a mall. It seems a bit different from the mall you visited with Palipa, even aside from the fact that it's totally dark and there's no one inside it. It seems more old-fashioned, a lot more like one of your familiar Earth malls. Every dystopian movie you've ever seen has taught you to be extremely wary of abandoned malls, and you feel pretty nervous as Daria takes you up the rickety, frozen escalator. It's so dark, you can barely see your hand in front of your face. You're trying not to show your fear because you don't want to look like a wuss in front of Daria, but you can't hold back a whimper when your foot lands on the step that makes the distinctive about to collapse noise. Don't be scared. It's okay. I've climbed all over this place 1,000 times, and anything that isn't already disintegrated is sturdy enough. And there's no risk of culling out here because, well, everyone's already been culled. She's gentler towards you than you would have expected given her cynical and spiky demeanor. You swallow your fear and reach the top of the escalator and tell her that it's chill. You just have some horror movies associations. Daria turns and pats you stiffly on the arm. You would never tell her this, but her reassuring manner once she's noticed someone in the distress, once she's noticed someone is in distress, kinda reminds you of Brania. It's worth it when you get to the cool part. Come on. Shit continues to be dark for a while, though you see some light up ahead. As you get closer, the hall opens up into a food court, and you see that light, and there's the moonlight shining through the mostly absent roof. And Daria was right. There's something extremely surreal and cool about the decrepit, empty food courts with the roof caved in. Rubble sits atop cafeteria tables, and plastic food trays are scattered on the floor, and okay, that might be the remains of a troll skeleton still wearing a mostly disintegrated fast food uniform, which is less cool and makes you remember that this place is abandoned because the Conants send drones here to murder everyone. You want to know the weirdest thing about this mall? It seems like actual adults used to maybe work here. I've gone through a lot of the stores, and some of them are for adult-sized things. And there's a store just for like shit the drones bring you now. There's army supplies for going off world too. If this mall was for adults, it must be really fucking ancient. Jeez. Has it really been that long since there were any adults on this planet? Even after all your time on Alternia, that still kind of freaks you out. What must that be like to grow up entirely without adults, to live on a planet that's nothing but kids? Daria gives you a weird look. Ugh. What would it even be like to have adults down here too? That sounds way more dangerous and stupid. It's not like we're all wigglers. Trolls have to grow out of that mindset pretty fast. People have responsibilities or whatever the fuck, or at least they pretend to. And then there's training and stuff for Janes. We're basically trapped. Maybe you think that a planet of kids would mean you can do whatever you want, but I never had any freedom. And I'll have even less as an adult. Cloistered Jades aren't even allowed to join the Imperial Army. Instead, we get shipped off to live in isolation. We're forbidden to contribute genetic material to the slurry, and no paling is allowed once we mature. For some, I don't know, bullshit old-fashioned reason that I pretty much don't understand at all. On Alternia, your whole future is decided the second you're hatched. People tell me all the time that I have it lucky as a Jade Blood, but I don't feel lucky at all. Oof, yeah. You agree with Daria that the future here she's described sounds bleak as hell. Right. It's going to fucking suck. And it's so shitty that I have it good. I mean, at least I don't have certain early death in my future, unlike a lot of low bloods. The system is so fucked up and it's never gonna change, and I hate it here. I just wanna wait out of it. Maybe when you go back to your home planet, you could take me with you. The request comes out of left field, and for a few seconds, you just blink at her stupidly, even with all that angry black makeup around her eyes. She just looks so sad and lost. You wish you had a different answer to give her, but you tell her that you can't take her back to your planets because you don't know how, when, or if you're even going, if you're ever going home. You've been trying not to contemplate the future because of the rare occasions that you do let yourself think about it. Existential dread tends to take over. Dread. Yeah, that's the word for it. The older I get, the more I realize how shitty things are. I try not to think about it just like you, but it still hits home sometimes. And when it does, I don't feel like angry or rebellious. Instead, I feel completely fucking paralyzed. This too is a familiar emotion to you. You feel for Daria, who has wandered over to the middle of the food court and is staring through the cave at the moon. She has her arms wrapped around her middle, and spiky jewelry and jagged hair cuts and big black boots don't do anything to make her look less small. You wish you knew what to say to make her feel better. You've done a decent job at cheering up dejected trolls in the past, but it's hard when you're feeling so crappy about your own situation. You mutter something about how you could still get better. You never know what the future holds, yada yada yada. And she looks at you like she knows just how hollow your words are. You sound just like Branya. Next, are you gonna tell me how important Jade Bloods are and what an honor all this responsibility is? Give me a break. Optimism is for chumps and losers. Keeping grubs safe doesn't matter. The continuation of our species doesn't matter. Nothing any of us do fucking matters. You feel your blood getting hot to match the steel that's now in her voice. A sick part of you finds this train of thought a lot more viscerally satisfying than trying to cheer her up, which wasn't working anyway. You stamp your feet, and so does she. I can't believe anyone bothers trying to carve out a real light on this worthless shithole of a planet. There's no point. We might as well all be called. In the back of your mind, you know you should maybe be disagreeing with some of this, but you're too worked up to care. Maybe Daria's right. Maybe nothing matters. That's fucking right. Maybe I should just quit. You falter in your righteous fury. Maybe quitting is going a bit far. Maybe the high bloods that go around causing death and destruction just because they can have the right idea. This is starting to not sound so great. But what doesn't sound great about it? Who cares if I decide I don't want to be a caretaker? Instead, I just burn shit down for fun. There's no point to anything, so what does it matter? Who cares? Daria's hands are balled in a fist and her teeth are bared. As she glares at you, you open your mouth maybe to tell her that you care, even though that would probably sound trite, but no words come out. She scoffs and turns away from you and jumps up on a crumbly looking cafeteria table. You know what? Fuck this. Friendship is pointless as everything else. She picks up one of the chairs, and you really need to stop being surprised at the strength of even the scrawniest looking trolls, and hurls it at the nearest fast food stall. You thought it was just a random throw at first, but it appears that she was aiming with precision because it crashes in a tank full of crashes into a tank of fuel connected to the oven. Damn. You're not sure how Alternian cooking technology works, but that stall explodes into a huge green-tinged fireball that knocks you on your ass. You watch in horror from your ass-level vantage point as the flames lick into the restaurant on either side. Explosions happening around the food court like dominoes. Daria stands on her table in the middle of it, unmoving even as fire threatens to envelop her. This is probably the only place I actually like on this whole planet. So good riddance. If it's gone, one less thing to care about. With all the dust and debris, the small is coming down fast around you. You desperately want to get Daria out of there, but you desperately want to save yourself more, and Daria doesn't look like she wants to be saved. You make a feeble attempt going over to her and trying to grab her around the waist to get her out of here, but she kicks you hard in the chest. Her steel-toed combat boots send you flying, and once again, 0 days since you last broke your ribs. As used to this pain you are, it still takes you a second of lying on the floor in agony before you can push yourself up to look back at the food court. A wall of fire now separates you from the table inside. You can't even see Daria anymore. Your heart sinks. Maybe she'll come to her senses and pull herself out of the danger and escape through some caved-in roof. Maybe she'll get out some other way. You stumble to your feet, half thinking that maybe you can find water or a fire extinguisher in some part of this mall that isn't burning up. But smoke chokes your lungs, and in your panic, your human survival instincts take over. You dash down the escalator as a mall... You dash down the escalator as mall infrastructure starts to crumble around you. And you don't want to abandon Daria, but it's all you can do to get your own sorry self out of there alive. Game over. Damn, she's actually just dead. Damn. We are some hoodlums, so let's wander. No. Here's the thing. Your weirdest and best adventures have happened when you've just decided to be spontaneous and just let shit happen. Adventures and coolness are both hard things to plan. So what are you suggesting? That we just wander? Her derisive tone makes you hesitate. But well, yes, that's exactly what you're suggesting. Diari gives you a long considering look. You hold your breath, then she shrugs. Okay, whatever, sure. Not like I have anything better to do. Let's just go. Oh shit. You meander through the well-maintained Cerulean streets heading downtown. This seems like a good opportunity to get to know your new potential friend. You start asking her some fairly simple questions. Oh fuck. You got a pet. A pet dogfish? Their sea dweller? They got a dogfish. Or is it a catfish? People don't walk around with their cats. That has to be a dogfish. Yeah. Yeah. Is that Gorgor? Agora. Oh, that's pretty close. That's like That's like 100% Tagora. But I have to say 99.9 actually. How am I? Gee, I don't know. I'm forbidden to leave the stupid caverns, and as a Jadeblood, all I have to look forward to is a life of being forbidden to do things. How do you think I am? Okay, you try to walk that one back a little. It sounds like Daria's unsatisfied with the Jadeblood setup. That's one way to put it. You could also say that I'm unsatisfied with, like, the whole setup of my species. You've been here for a while now. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that every part of our society is transparent bullshit. You glance around because Daria... You glance around because Daria is right. You've been around for a while, and that means you know enough to know that if the wrong people overheard this kind of talk, you'd get called on the spot. But everyone here seems distracted by their own nonsense. Cautiously, you can see that, yeah, you've noticed a certain bullshit aroma. Yeah, it all stinks. No one has any kind of real future except for the highest of high bloods. And actually, I've heard that things pretty much suck for them too. Some might say that purple bloods are the most disprivileged class of them all. You're just going to continue to not comment on that one. Instead, you point out that being a Jadeblood, Daria has a purpose beyond just growing up to become fodder in the Imperial Army. Like you've heard other trolls mention. Surely that counts as a real future. Don't get me started. Suffice to say, I'm not exactly hype about the purpose that I supposedly have. More like the purpose that was arbitrarily assigned to me. But it's not like I have a choice, and rebelling in any sort of real way would put me in danger of a culling. Life here is pretty much helpless. Damn, you wish you had a good counter-argument. You want to give her some words of comfort. But what can you even say? Daria's right. Shit's grim. At least you're honest. Thanks for not bullshitting me. You know, Lanera said you were good to talk to about real stuff. I guess she was right. That's... Huh. You're surprised Lanera's going around talking about you, saying positive things even. But you're more surprised that Daria is bringing her up in a non-derisive context. You didn't know that Daria and Lanera were close. Ugh, no, Larov. I can't, Lanera. And not in a romantic way. Or well. Anyway, never mind. Oh my god. What'd she mean by that? How'd she even say that? Daria looks embarrassed and flustered and also pissed at you. At least you've gotten the subject away from how hopeless everything is, but still, you don't want this friendship to sour. As you're scanning your useless brain for a tactful subject to change, you're saved by the footsteps of a new troll approaching. Oh shit! And as luck would have it, you know this troll. It's Theseus. Or Tysius. Which makes sense because your meandering has taken you and Darius close to Tysius's favorite book hive. Oh, it's yo. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Never mind. I don't even need to ask. You're obviously making friends with this Jadeblood. Searching for some dumb shit to do, no doubt. No. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Theseus looks just as exhausted as you remember. You don't want her to just go yet, because it's been a while since you've seen her, and you're always eager for an opportunity to catch up with one friend, or with a friend, especially one of one of the less murderous ones. Then you notice Daria eyeing Theseus' mug of unidentifiable liquid, and an idea occurs to you. You get excited, bouncing a little off on the balls of your feet, and introduce Theseus to Daria, introducing Theseus and Daria together to each other. You explain to Theseus with a meaningful look that you hope she'll interpret correctly that you and Daria were just conversing about the more unjust aspects of turning society and how hopeless everything seems to be. What do you mean, the more unjust aspects? Does Alternian society have aspects that aren't unjust? I'm sweeps into studying our legal system, and I haven't found any. Daria makes a muffled sound that could be a laugh. You make your meaningful look more meaningful. Does Theseus remember that conversation she had with you about justice and shitty systems and the importance of possibly futile work to try to improve something someday? Pissing? Theseus squints at you, then takes a long slip from her mug. Right. Yeah, I remember. You wave your hand around. Now we're talking. Theseus is one of the few friends you've made that seemed to not only notice that shit was fucked, but wanted to dedicate herself to unfucking the shit as much as she could. Of course, many of your dear friends try to make the world a little better in various clumsy interpersonal, distinctly Alternian ways. You think of Chixie striving for her music, even when it pits her against Highbloods in baffling but sweet ways that Connell and Ajdaja and Gallic and Tagora, Gorgor, care for each other, and Fazer's commitment to political. Wait, why did you think of that guy? He's a total shill for the Condens. Anyway, Theseus has a big picture mentality and a cause that she believes in, and the simple fact that she hasn't yet completely given up is inspiring. Daria is struggling with the feelings of despair, so maybe Theseus could talk to her about the work that she's been doing. What? No, I'm not struggling. It's whatever. I don't even care. Daria kicks at the ground sulkingly. Theseus looks her over. Her eyes lingering on the jade symbol on her shirt and spiky black jewelry, then sighs. Sure, you don't care. I went through that phase of telling myself that too. I thought I would make it easier to deal, but nah. Theseus pauses for another mug slurp, and you think she might be enjoying the opportunity to monologue a bit. Daria huffs. The only thing that helps, and I'm not even sure that helps is the right word for it, is finding something to work on your own little corner and try to make shit a little less but there's nothing I can do in my corner. It's pointless to pretend otherwise. And that goes for everyone. Like, this whole system is designed to help Highbloods stamp out dissent in every corner. One troll can't do anything against something like that. Theseus' eyebrows twitches as she stares at Daria, clearly peeved at being interrupted. Uh-oh, this could be going better. Well, no shit. What do you take me for? I'm not saying that all it takes is standing up to fighting for what's right or something stupid like that. That's obviously a surefire way to get killed. Well, then what are you saying? How can you even know whatever piddly little action you're taking will change anything? I can't tell you the future, dumbass. No one can give you a guarantee that any kind of action taken will be ultimately effective. You have to decide for yourself that it's worth it to try anyway. Why, Why would you think it's worth it when everything around us confirms that nothing will ever change? I can't believe you're calling me a dumbass when that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Tysius looks like she's about ready to throw the contents of her mug in Daria's face, knowing trolls. She'd probably follow the mug with the mug itself. This is not the conversation you'd hope for at all. You step in before things can get any more heated. You tell Tysius that you're sorry that you didn't flag her down just so that her ideas could get shit on. You turn to Daria, who is staring at both of you with a defiant look on her face and a stubborn set to her jaw. This kid. She's just so dead set on rebelling against anyone who tries to tell her anything with even the faintest whiff of authority. You really thought that maybe all that attitude could be channeled into something productive that would also help her feel better and possibly even give her a sense of purpose. You're not mad, just disappointed. Huh. Don't give me that look. Okay. I was just stating my opinion. But I guess I could have been less of a ball and bulge about it. You're pleasantly surprised that Daria more or less apologized. Tysius looks mollified, too. This shit just makes me so angry. Angry and sad and helpless. Like, I don't even know what to do with myself when I really have to think about it. Bingo, unfortunately, I feel the same way. I don't think there's any getting around the helplessness, but what I was trying to say is that working on something that might help fix things someday makes that feeling a little less powerful. So, what you're saying is that it's just about making yourself feel better. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad. I believe I'm working on things that might affect change someday, even if I'm not around to see it. But also, yeah, most of the time it helps me sleep at night too. You can tell Daria is a bit disappointed by this, like she doesn't trust that political rebellion can go hand in hand with making the rebels feel good about themselves. You point out that whether or not Tysius feels about her work doesn't make the work itself less effective. Yeah, in the end, the universe doesn't care about how I feel. I'm just one of those trolls trying to do the right thing, or at least the okay thing, for its own sake, even if it might ultimately be futile. What the fuck else are we gonna do on this bitch of an Alternia? You've got me there. I'm bored all the time. There really isn't anything cool to do down in the caverns. I guess during the downtime in my training, I could, I don't know, help you out, maybe. Not that I have anything to offer other than the book hive and the jade cloisters. Access that might really help with my research, actually. Give me your number and we can talk. Is it just your imagination, or does Tysius look a smidgen less tired? The bags under her eyes less baggy, and her back a little straighter. And you think the corners of Daria's lips might be very slightly quirked up. Daria turns her possibly a smile from Tysius to you. This was cool, I guess. Or at least not so bad. But I don't know if it counts as something cool. But I guess we could keep hanging out until more shit happens. You know Daria well enough by now to recognize this for the ringing endorsement that it is. You're about to happily agree with Tysius pipes up. Tysius pipes up. I'm just heading home from studying, but I'm not tired yet. If you wanted a third wheel to drag along. Three-way friendship combo Bob. Victory. Oh my god. Yeah, I really am the coolest. Oh my gosh. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-da-da-dun. Okay, we got the muscle one now. Sheesh. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Nikamula. Bum, 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 bum. Boom. Oh. Whoa. Holy shit. Damn, look, they got fucking fine art here, man. This is like a very fancy place, I guess. Nah. What do they got here? The dogs. Glasses. Oh shit, it's a 2-block undercut. Fucking 2-block. That's actually kind of weird looking on a troll. Threw me off. Oh, he's into it. I guess this is what trolls are all about, though. Dim lights, the din of the roaring crowd, and the smell of horribly overpriced and nauseating concessions. Even across galaxies, timelines, and perhaps even universes, there is still something deeply familiar about a sporting arena. Smash her mother honking face in! There's also something deeply familiar about sports fans. Blah, such a shame having seats next to the purples. They can be so crude and boorish, don't you agree? It wouldn't be nearly this loud. Usually. You find yourself here attending a wrestling show or a display of muscular theater, to use the troll terminology, thanks to the benevolence of one Amnesia Erden. She has to be a fan favorite. Like, actually, has to be a fan favorite. Be popping up 3 times, 4 times. She won the tickets in the raffle and excitedly invites you to come along. You agree, with some reservations that you quickly expressed. She was quite disappointed, but eventually agreed not to kidnap you and keep you locked up in a living paint jar since you're buddies and all. What a sweet friend. You have to admit, though, muscular theater isn't really your thing. It's as over-the-top and ridiculous human wrestling, which makes it perfectly entertaining enough, but it's also, well, a lot more violent. Participants aren't expected to die, as far as you can tell, but you've already seen a few get wheeled off on futuristic hover stretchers with injuries you're not sure they could survive. Oh gosh, she's nearly got impaled there. Every match tonight is taking place within a chain link cage. Spikes around it on both the outside and inside and jut out occasionally from the place where the wires cross. The overall design, in addition to ensuring maximum bloodshed, seems to keep both the wrestlers inside and the audience out. Ironically, it might be safer this way. The current combatants are some olive blood named the Huntress and a purple blood calling himself Culpits. Interestingly to you, there's nothing clown-like about him at all. It's almost conspicuous. How unclown he is. If only due to the absolutely ridiculous amount of clown content you've imbibed in the presence of other purples. The two fighters appear to be nearly evenly matched. The olive troll ducks and weaves amid blinding fast punches from the purple, slashing at him with grandiose arm gestures, trying to overwhelm him with a barrage of small attacks. Every one of his punches hits hard enough to knock her down, but she always springs up before she can land the second hit. She's incredibly steady on her feet, and quicker than he. In fact, you get the distinct impression that the olive troll is holding back presumably so as to avoid inciting the crowd. Thus far, you have not seen a single match in which the lower-blooded opponent triumphed over a higher-blooded foe. I must admit, this match is a lot more tense than I was expecting, but I hope it ends soon. There's supposed to be a really famous muscular theatrist performing next. Her name is Nikke Mula. She hasn't ever lost a fight. I heard she even beat a violent blood once. Nikke Mula, huh? Now that's a name you could befriend. She must be a big deal as Amnesia makes her out to be. because she uses her real name instead of just some ridiculous made up nonsense like John Cena or Hulk Hogan. Oh, look. He got her. You flinched, but her blood finally managed to get his quarry in his clutches. Then he lifts her by the face, digging his fingers into her skull until you hear a sickening crunch, and she collapses to the ground, panting heavily. She can't bring herself back to her feet, and the announcer calls the match. To the uproarious applause from the audience, two trolls enter the cage, start dragging her out while the winner basks in the audience affection. The olive blood looks like she'll probably live, but she's got a dent in her face that probably isn't coming out ever. Ugh. All of a sudden you think you really need to go, get a bathroom. You mean use the snack. You mean you'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, okay. Come back soon. This fight has given me all sorts of ideas for a new painting.
You quickly make a break for it, jostling your way through the stands and towards the exit of the arena, but before you make it, a voice calls out to you. Some slick-haired and slick-finned, violet-blooded guy wearing a full suit with a tacky flame pattern on it. Hey, you, alien, me, you asked, pointing to yourself nervously. No, the other alien. You swing your head around, wildly looking for another alien. This bit plays out predictably for a while before you both get on the same page, which is that you are the alien whose attention he wants. You looking to make a little extra buck? No, not really. You never spent all that money you won with Adaja. Okay, how about fame? Frankly, you're probably already too famous for your own good. Friendship?
Shit. Oh, shit, yeah.
Shit. Sighing with relief, the troll leads you backstage while explaining that he is a promoter for this wrestling ring. One of the trolls that was supposed to perform tonight was eaten by some plant called a troll-devouring catchy-grabber. That's a fucked up place to live. There's just a plant called that. Fucking imagine walking out in your backyard and like you go into like you go to the park, I guess, and there's something called a human devouring catch-a-grabber. As such, famed muscular theatrist Nike Mula has been left with nobody to fight. You'll be that nobody somebody. An alien will bring in all sorts of media attention and controversy, which of course means big bucks for him and friendship for you. Nikkei is so friendly, he says, in a tone so insincere, even your friendship-addled brain refuses to believe it. It's okay, you've met worse. Oh shit, here we are. Damn. Oh, this guy's about to get fucked up. Oh fuck, the whole bench is moving. Damn. They they really wanted to draw his nipples, I guess. Oh damn. This is like fiction? Is this like an albino troll? Or would that be the term? Or would be like, is there a different term for something like this? Or is it a whole different thing? Huh. He takes you into the back room, which seems to be full of performers waiting for their turn on stage. Don't trolls not have nips? They're bugs. Maybe they don't have functioning nips. There are all sorts of trolls here, muscular and sweat-soaked, blue-blooded, more often than not. Anyway, it might be an adult. One troll in particular stands out to you, from her severe expression to her softly pulsating robotic leg, to the fact that she's the only troll with a fully illustrated sprite. She's currently doing bicep curls with a set of spiked weights, huffing with excursion. When the promoter approaches, she looks up with a scowl. I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. Hi. I'm busy. I can't talk. He begins to explain to her that he has brought a new challenge for her to face, but she cuts him off and stands up. She isn't as tall as you expected, but damn if she isn't dense, packing more brawn than any other chol you've met.
Do you know what happens, sister, to people who disturb my preparations? My preparations. Do you want to experience the bone-crushing, torso-shattering impact of these ladies right here?
She flexes. God, those muscles are huge. The promoter tells her that she really doesn't need to keep up the act. There's no camera back here. She gives him a stern look, which distinctly suggests that she has never dropped kafab in her life. Kafabe in her life. Has no intention of starting now. She even sweating? She's even sweating. OMG.
Make it quick.
The promoter makes it quick.
So, let me get this straight. You expect me to perform this thing?
She seems less impressed, which you find reasonable. Magnificent legs aside, you don't really look like the wrestling type.
Don't you dare insult me, sister. I'd rather you call a rusty from the audience than subjected me to this humiliation.
Oh, but you are more than just an audience member. Frail though you may be, you have the heart and soul of a wrestler. You have much longer than about 5 minutes, you thoroughly assured her, waited for an opening such as this to reveal your true passion to the world, to come alive on stage and grapple and tumble with the best of them. For eons, have you thirsted for the chance to sing the song of sinew, the hymn of heft, the melody of muscle? Would that you could be blessed by the opportunity to live the life of the athlete, to perform alongside your hero, to show the world that you too love to do the muscly thing. That you might just... Okay, I get it. Sorry, I couldn't. She glances over at the promoter and then back to you.
It does seem surprisingly articulate for a lesser being. But is it ready for a butt-clenching, flesh-abrading, knuckle-blistering, muscle-rippling smackdown from Uptown?
Sorry, I couldn't be here, but I was playing Left 4 Dead 2 with a friend. Left 4 Dead 2 in the year 2026? Damn. Oh, I'm scared of that guy. Actually, this is starting to sound a little much for you. You weren't sure you can quite match her, enthusiasm for the craft.
Who do you think you are, sister? You, who has the globes to step to me? You come into my dressing room with those flimsy, stringy, insultingly puny arms of yours. Look at me in the eyes and challenge me to a match. Beg for the chance to spar with me, and then clock out like a pathetic alien whelp you are. Get out of my sight.
Head bowed low, you retreat to the safety, comfort, and friendless expanse that is the audience. You can't even bear to look Nikki, and when she goes out and performs, you're so saddened by the loss of the potential chum. Well, and it's kind of grisly watching her pull low blood challenges from the audience and smash their faces into the spikes. Damn. Oh, they're so happy though. Damn. This is what they've been waiting for. They waited there all day for that. Shkla. Move. Yes, I am ready. You nod your head confidently. Blister my knuckles and braid my flesh, you say. Let's get this smackdown started. You've got the guts at least. She turns to the promoter and gives him a curt nod. The match is on. Then she turns back to you. Now, sister, we need to discuss this show. I will make all the decisions. You will respond adequately to the storyline I present. It will be thus. The alien invader challenges me in an exhibition match to topple the mightyarchy. The mightyarchy. That's good. They fight valiantly and show an entertaining display of strength. But in the end, as in the right and proper, the noble hue of the Hamo spectrum prevails again. She's pretty good. She starts flexing and showing off for you an imaginary audience before turning back to you. Any questions, sister? Yes, actually. You have a couple of questions. First, will you die? No! Unless you're particularly disgustingly weak, in which case, maybe. Such a good expression. Like the subtle change in like the facial width, like the cheeks, like the eye. I don't think the eyebrows. Do the eyebrows move a little bit? No, not the eyebrows. Oh, the eyebrows do move. The one becomes a little thinner. They add a little bit, angles up a little bit maybe. You have the extra little like line there, and the change in the like little shine in the eyes. It's like it adds so much. Fuck, it's so good. I'm still interested in this storyline right here. What's gonna happen here? Actually, this thing's actually confusing. I'm actually interested in what like exactly this thing is supposed to be. Such is the risk we take, we who indulge in that most noble and dignified of sports. I was willing to give up my leg for the craft. Is your life such a heavy price to pay for a tale that will transcend us and be remembered in the annals of muscular history? Is it, sister? Well, it's rhetorical. Right. Secondly, when she says exhibition match, it's a muscular theater term, referring to a match staged for the entertainment that does not affect what's ranking on the flexolator. We will not be sparring in the nude. Such glorious displays of raw, chiseled physique are reserved for the intergalactic Olympics. Damn. I need the Troll Olympics in my life, I guess. But the adult Troll Olympics, I guess, huh? Damn. It is say intergalactics. That would be adults then, actually. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. No, yeah, you got that right. When they say something intergalactic, that implies it's going to be like the adults, right? Because the adults are the only ones in space, right? I think that makes sense in my mind. Most of you were wondering if it meant the loser had being exhibited on a spike or some other bloodthirsty nonsense. Do not denigrate this noble sport with the claims of savagery. Thirdly, you're getting the sense that she's going to be playing the heel, yeah? The what? You explained that in your own culture, the equivalent of the muscular theater performer generally fall into the category of face or heel, wherein the face is the rule-abiding and sympathetic figure the audience is meant to root for, whereas the heel takes on a more aggressive and unlikable personality. What part of my personality is unlikable? You dare suggest, sister, that the audience won't be roaring in thunderous applause and admiration as I conquer yet another pitiful fall? You tell her, you know what? She can be both, the face and the heel, and you'll just be subjugate under my heel. Yes, exactly. Hey, Moolah, chatting time's over. Hey, Moolah, chatting time's over. You're up. She jerks her head back at you and silently marches out of the room. You begin to follow, and the promoter directs you to the entrance on the other side of the arena. You wait nervously for your cue to enter. Oh, damn, someone smashed that fucker. Oh. Oh shit. Boom. Well, folks, we've had some technical difficulties, but here comes the match you've all been waiting for. Wearing the belt of champions and a leg of her own design, she's ready to gut the competition, a paragon of power, a lady of legwork, a true blue ruffian annihilator. In the making, clap those hands and activate your screech crevices, is Nikamula! Nika approaches the cage to thunderous applause, raising her arms and soaking in all the praise. She flexes and poses as the audience throws glasses of milk at her, which shatter uselessly around her steely frame. This appears to be a common ritual for her. Damn. Damn, she's loving it too. She steps through one of the cage doors and it slams shut behind her. Locking tight, with her arms crossed and her teeth firmly gritted, she awaits you. As the announcer begins in a new intro speech, you step forward. And in the other corner, frail in stature, weak in knees, wearing a perpetual look of befuddlement, we have the messed up low-blood alien. How has this absurd mockery of life not been culled yet? Perhaps only so fate could lead them to their thrashing at the bloodthirsty hands and barbed foot of the Grand Nikki. A decent portion of the crowd boos at you during your approach, which you find unsurprising. You have to dodge a hail of boots and rotten fruit. Somebody throws an entire piano at you. Relatively unfazed, you enter the ring and hear the door close behind you. So, you've come here, alien, to prove your kind superior to the unbreakable, unstoppable troll species? Yeah, you shout. Your kind is so superior to the trolls. And you, their emissary. Does this creature look superior to you, my theater enthusiasts? She turns to the audience, throwing a hand in gesture to you. They boo. Is this sorry specimen the best its planet can offer? More boos. You counter that you came more than prepared to tackle the mightyarchy. Yeah, that. So, you claim to be prepared, but are you prepared to face these 24-inch slither noodles? Damn. Shit. Is that what they call pythons, I guess? Fuck. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta pull up an anime moment, actually, when I think of, like, muscles now. Well, I got this mixed up. What am I thinking of? It's like a show called Fire Force. Yep, that's the show I was thinking of. I guess I don't know how loud this is gonna be. Oh, here we go. The poses. Power. Bruh. This is it. Here you go. Twin cobras. Yes. Gotta turn that python into a cobra. She flexes so hard the announcer's sleeves explode. So be it! I'll crush you in a single blow. You're expecting a referee to start the match, but then it occurs to you that there is no referee. Somewhere in the distance, a bullhorn sounds, which is apparently the signal to begin. Without taking her eyes off you, Nike grabs the cage wall behind her and hoists herself effortlessly, scaling it in reverse. until she reaches the top. The announcer is screaming something about this move called the Spiky Nikke. Once she finishes her ascension, Nikki deftly leaps from the edge of the cage and spins down towards you. Her body twists and writhes in multiple blindingly fast flips before her robotic leg comes slashing at you. You spend quite some time admiring her dazzling form before it occurs to you that you should probably move. You duck and roll forward, feeling the point of her leg barely gaze your scalp. The announcer shouts, "First blood!" as you feel a light tickle on the back of your neck. Some members of the crowd are booing, presumably because they just noticed the color of your blood between the neon light and the distance. They probably just think it's rust colored and not mutant red, so at least you have that going for you. What you don't have going for you is time to think about your next move, because Nikke brevets on her heel and charges at you. This time she's going for a more theatric throw. Two powerful hands grabs you and lifts you over her shoulder, where you nearly gore yourself on one of her horns, and in the struggle to escape, your hands plant on her back and push hard, and you're delighted to find her grip loosens, and you go tumbling over her back, landing with a clumsy stagger on your feet. You're not sure if she let you go to get away with that one just for the sake of the show, or if it's just slipped out of her sweat-soaked palms, but you're going to charitably assume the former. She turns to face you, grunting and baring her fangs. She charges, rearing back a fist, and then sending it barreling towards your fragile human nose. You leap out of the way, only narrowly dodging it.
All you've done is avoid me, coward. Where's your killer instinct? Do I scare you? Are you loath to face my true blue, muscle-bound beauty?
You take this as your cue to attack, and instead you run full tilt from her. It isn't fear carrying you, you swear.
Fool! There's no running or hiding from Nikke Mula. Stand and fight!
She sprints towards you as you flee. The crowd is on tenterhooks. Nobody knows what you're doing, at least all of you. But you think you can pull something cool out of this. You leap at the cage, barely dodging the spikes on the line, and use the slight amount to give the chain link wires the springboard to springboard you off. With an exuberant grin, you go flying towards her, arms held for the classic clothesline maneuver, and then you collide with her own arm and whop. Damn. When you wake up, you're lying in what appears to be an exercise mat. You can feel the telltale throbbing sensation in your face that indicates a black eye. The rest of you, thankfully, doesn't feel particularly hurt. Fuck. Damn. What do these do? How do these make you stronger? They got some weird ass, I'm sure, Olympics. Nearby, you can hear the huff and puff of exertion. You glance over to spot Nikke training on one of those leg press machines you always saw in gyms but never had the courage to attempt to use. She's wearing an exercise outfit which, despite its vastly different purpose, looks almost exactly like the outfit she wore in the ring. It has all the functions a fitness aficionado would want. It's loose, it's readable, and the artists don't have to draw a second set of sprites for it. As soon as she notices you're awake, she turns to speak to you. She doesn't even stop her workout.
You're finally awake, sister. Welcome to my hive. I've spent much time, so much precious, valuable time, waiting for you to open your eyes.
Oh God, how long have you been out?
About 40 minutes.
Oh wow, that's not so bad, is it?
Perhaps, but only when you compare it to your abysmal performance in the ring. To be knocked out cold by your own attack. Wretched. I am an impossible foe to conquer, and yet even a rusty has towed me longer in the realm of Mortal Kombat. You are weak, sister. Offensively so.
She slams her foot forward with such a velocity, the weight on the leg press goes flying off and leaves a dent in the floor. Grunting, she stands and takes a long swig from a bottle and then approaches you with fire in her eyes. What do you have to say for yourself? You scuttle backwards, proffering only a sheepish smile. You're, sorry, you guess? Humph. What combat? Say that again? I didn't bring you here for apologies. I brought you here to see you're a hunting knight with the will to improve. You're a worthless being. You have a flair for the theatrics and appreciation for the sport and a shining soul filled with only the most intractable determination. You could be so much more than you are, sister. I could make you so much more. Cast your gaze around and behold the bronzium. You obediently cast that gaze around. This room is massive and littered with training equipment as far as the eye can see. Much of it resembles exercise machines like the ones you had in the gyms back on Earth, but there's plenty more that looks far more alien and deadly. A treadmill which appears to throw the runner into a vat of acid if they fall off. A series of swinging axes that would look at homes in a dungeon. 3 different varieties of Iron Maidens, each more horrific than the last. This is presumably Nikki's personal workout studio, but you could easily mistake it for a torture chamber. You wonder if Ardetta has ever considered a job as a personal trainer. Maybe you should bring it up with her. There are some who may be worthy of my expertise. Here it is that I can forge them, just as I forged myself into a being of adamant strength. The journey will be harsh. If you are made of weaker stuff than I believe, you will perish in agony. But if your core is strong and in your will of iron, yours will be an unquenchable might. She extends her hand to you, her jaw set. Holy fuck. Join me, sister, and together we shall ascend to tumescent heights of muscular perfection. There's a look in her eyes that you have never seen before, one of hope, of faith. Her arm vibrates, muscles quaking. Do you take it? She believes in me so much. How can I not take her hand? You take her hand, staring into those hopeful eyes. Oh, to see that deep sapphire blue filled with the glow of friendship. She squeezes your hand so tightly you feel your fingers fracturing. Excellent. I knew you had the spark. Now to make a flame, to grind and crush and pummel the flint until it bursts in the roaring blaze of strength. Today, I shall begin by testing your limit. Come. She leads you to the treadmill and the deep, bubbling pit of acid directly behind it. You nervously step on. We are going to measure your speed and stamina. Run until you can run no longer. She starts up the machine. She gives you a nice breezy jog pace at first, but then the tread quickly begins to whir away at blindingly fast rate. You're sprinting as hard as you can to keep up, holding desperately onto the arms of the treadmill. Come on, sister, grit your teeth, put some thrust sinew into it. If you're not evacuating your acid track by the time you're done, you aren't trying hard enough. Sweat beads on your forehead as you push your legs to the limit, running like you've been chased by an angry drone. Your feet must be blurry like Sonic the fucking Hedgehog by now. The treads are moving ever faster, and you can almost feel yourself slipping. Go. Got to hold. Ah! You lose your grip and go flying backward, narrowly grasping on the edge of the pit and dangling into it. Your toes singed by the acid. Ouch! You hoist yourself up over the edge and roll to the side, hissing. Nikki stands over you, clucking her tongue. Top speed, 12 miles per hour. That's good, right? For a bronze blood. Next test. She takes you from the machine to machine in quick succession, each time commenting on your skill level. Your biceps are as terrible as Rusty's. Your lungs are gold at best, and your legs are an unexpected cruelly. All the while taunting you, encouraging you to push yourself further.
The CSAted corpse of my ancestor could do better than this.
You struggle to deadlift a giant barbell made of dead monster skulls.
Are you going to eject this May fluid all night long, or are you going to woman up?
You go toe to toe with a punching bag that shoots sonic blast at you whenever you hit it.
Shape up or get ejected to the nearest solar execution barge.
You sob as she forces you to do the 30 minutes of freeform jazzercise.
Your jazz hands are terrible.
By the time an hour is up, you are panting and huffing, desperate for a break. Nikkei finally relents.
You're a lord for staying alive thus far. Your reward for staying alive this far. Stay hydrated, sister.
He tosses you one of those protein shaker bottles that gym buffs are always chugging from. You regard the mixture with him curiously for a moment before throwing a caution in the wind and gulping some down. When has imbibing alien substance ever hurt you before? But when the flavor hits your taste buds, you almost retch. Is this Gatorade mixed with milk?
Nutritious and delicious.
You keep jugging it. You need the liquids, foul though they be.
All right, lactose break over. Let's continue.
She next leads you over to one of those Iron Maidens. This one doesn't actually look spiked. It just has blunt, bumpy surfaces on the inside.
Get in.
What?
Get in, sister.
You reluctantly step inside the Iron Maiden and the door clamps shut around you. This thing is far, far too tight for you. The bumps are pressing into you from all sides, threatening to squeeze you away into nothing. You groan and push back against the walls, desperately trying to keep them from crushing you into a little human waffle. Just when you think your strength is about to give out, the maiden opens.
Pressure resistance. Olive level. About olive level. These results are surprisingly adequate. Your potential continues to shine. Good work.
This halfway point seems to mark a change in her attitude, as you continue to just barely persevere through everything she throws at you, like a shake weight, so powerful it leaves you shuddering intermittently through the next few exercises.
Keep it steady, sister. Don't lose heart on me now.
A rowing machine that douses you with boiling water if you can't keep up the pace.
Go, go, go. We'll make a fuchsia medalist out of you yet.
Literally being chased around a field outside by a giant toothy monster.
Don't you dare allow this thing, the satisfaction of feasting on your bonds.
After hours of this grueling work, you finally collapse. You think some of your bones are broken, your heartbeat is coming in quick and irregular pulses, and you can hardly breathe. Your vision blurs and shifts at the edges. God, you're amazed you haven't passed out yet.
Get up.
You glance weakly up at Nikkei, expecting her to be looking down at you with disdain, but instead, you see her crouching down and offering you her hand, wearing a smile. You take her hand and she pulls you up to your feet. Oh, the look on her face now resembles pride, and when she claps the palms down on your shoulder, claps a palm down your shoulder, it only kind of hurts.
You've done well, sister.
Damn, look at that face. Damn.
I threw everything I had at you, and you soldiered on, with head held high, even as your body broke beneath the weight. I have never seen such a commitment, such strength of heart and soul, such dedication to the craft, such appreciation for the most righteous of pursuits. You are no mere workout partner. You are a workout friend.
A light blossoms inside you like the neighing of a horse. This feeling of power, of strength, of the bond between warriors. This is real and true, and this light will never, ever leave you. As you bask here in the satisfied and sweaty glow of a good workout, you realize that planets, universes, dimensions, realities, powers, principalities, and cosmos come and go, but being swole as fuck is forever. Oh my god.
The belt.
Okay. Now it's time to fail this friendship. I hesitate. You begin to offer your hand, but under her steely gaze, your resolve wavers. This all seems like a lot too much even. You don't know if you're made of stuff tough enough for training she seems to be offering. You would like to prove yourself to become strong. You really would. But does she perhaps just maybe have any course a little easier on soft and squishy creatures like yourself? The expression of her face grows terrifyingly blank. She's not scowling or snarling or sickened or any other S word. She's just looking at you with the vaguest hint of disappointment dripping from her otherwise neutral expression. I see. You're like all the rest, aren't you? Unworthy to receive my gifts. Unwilling to reach your full potential. A pathetic simpering thing playing at dreams of muscular greatness it can never achieve because it doesn't have the will for it. You're an insult to my art. You spit in my passion. Get the fuck out of my face and do not ever dare to return. Shrinking under her steely gaze, you quickly flee her hive. Is this it for you? Is the screen going to fade to black, replaced by a goofy cartoonish end card and some somber game over music composed by an artistic genius, composed by genius James Roach? No, you refuse. You are not ready to call this friendship kaput. You show her and her draconian methods up. Damn it, it's time to get ripped. You're going to do it in your own way. And then return, and she'll be so utterly impressed by your muscular growth that she will have no choice but to admit that you are friend material. Sadly, you do not know any other blue bloods characterized by absurd love of muscles and bodybuilding. They're basically all total nerds, actually. And you can perhaps think of someone, my nearby Hugh, who can help you. Oh, damn. Her door swings open with gusto, and you are greeted by a familiar smiling face.
Oh, what an unexpected surprise. You really should have called or texted or did literally anything else to alert me to the fact that you wanted to visit me on such short notice when my schedule is so terribly packed. But that's alright, I can squeeze you in a meeting, I'm sure. Come in. Do come in.
You step past the threshold of the door and into her office/living room. Taizee is sprawled across the couch, lazily holding a book up to her face. It looks like she's studying, which is a relief to you because you would have felt terrible if you had interrupted some intimate time between them. Unless studying is intimate for them, you kind of hope studying isn't intimate for anyone. The prospect terrifies. It really does, kinda.
Would you like to join me and Sizzy for some glove loaf? It's no imposition, I promise.
You absolutely would. You didn't know Stelsa was a cook on top of everything else she does.
Oh, no, I could never. There simply isn't enough time. I'm ordering from Door Smash. It's excellent stuff, really. It is. Zizi has some very colorful words for the taste.
It's pretty bitchin'.
It is certainly. That pencil our good friend here in for dinner date. Can you, darling?
They're literally right here already. We don't need to do that. Stelsa pauses and blinks as if processing a foreign concept.
Right.
Sometimes Stels forgets that you don't have to put everything on a schedule. Which is fair. School feeding changes a troll. Stelsa pulls up a chair, gestures for you to sit down in front of her desk.
All that said, while we wait for the meal to arrive, let's get down to brass tacks. What brings you to my lovely abode tonight?
Maybe they just want to see you. People don't always need a reason beyond that. You actually do have reason, though. Shit. You explain to Stelsa that you have a friend, more accurately, a friend to be, or perhaps acquaintance, or perhaps a person of a chum-adjacent quality who you would like to impress through the pursuit of personal fitness. And you recall that Stelsa was jogging when you met her, So maybe she could help you put together a fitness routine and you could do some workouts together. Her expression lightens up and she clasps her hands together.
Oh goodness, I would absolutely.
Oh goodness, I would absolutely love that. My person these days is usually far too tired and far too busy. Sometimes I don't know how I manage it myself. So I absolutely love a partner to keep training Ziat running on time. Assuming, of course, you won't be late yourself and can keep up with my pace. Fair warning, it's blistering.
Isn't it though? Thanks, sweetums.
You confidently assert that, if nothing else, you can keep pace with her. Your legs have a lot of use. Walking, running, fleeing, posturating yourself before clowns, you know, the usual.
Excellent.
Well, set up some meetings and I'll add you to my schedule of people. My people will call your people, etc., etc. Thanks for visiting. It's been ever so lovely to see you, Toodle. Oh. She's halfway through shoving you out the door when you remind her that she invited you in for grubloaf. She hastily and apologetically pulls you back inside. Taisi is snickering in the background. Don't know what I'd do if I didn't have styles. Someone has to be the energetic one in this quadrant. The contrast is certainly a stark one, as Tysius considered quaffing energy drinks here or there. Perhaps they could help keep her pep up. One, I'd probably literally die. Two, you don't want to see me on energy drinks. Nobody does. Fair. You spend a while longer chatting with Tysius before the delivery arrives and the three of you have dinner together. A wonderful grub loaf is exactly as bitchin' as advertised. A wonderful meal with wonderful friends, the perfect precursor to the fitness montage yet to come. You visit Stelsa multiple days a week, fitting yourself into her incredibly convoluted and packed schedule. The feat doesn't actually prove very hard. You basically only exist to spend time with friends. Her equipment is delightfully free of torture devices. Besides her step machine, she also owns quite a bit of smaller exercise paraphernalia, Arabic doodads, and thingamajigs, yoga mats, jogging outfits. Even one of those huge bouncy exercise balls, which she bans you from using after you accidentally sent it careening into a carefully organized stack of books. Stelsa carries herself forward with a peppy, always-on sense of gusto that can be difficult to keep up with, but her bright smile and encouraging attitude do wonders to keep invested to convince you that you really can acquire the soulhood you've dreamed of. By the end of the purgy, you are, well, you wouldn't exactly call yourself ripped, but your muscles are definitely toned in a way they previously were not. You feel hale and healthy, more energetic than ever, with a bit of extra pep in your step. Apparently, regular exercise makes you feel good. Wild. As you look at yourself in the reflection of an acid puddle, you flex and watch your muscles bulge. Fuck yeah, it's time. At least you hope it's time. You climb into your scuttle buggy and prepare to set the autopilot to Nikki's place. Something stills your hand. Some strange sensation that has slowly been surely settling in your stomach. A sense of unease, of dread. The days of foolish ignorance are long past. In the presence of a burgeoning understanding of the universe in which you exist, the harsh laws by which the rules it inhabits, you are beginning to fear made the wrong choice with all the consequences such a lapse in judgment entails. Will you ever truly befriend Nikke, or are you cursed to live for who knows how long in a world without her sweet smile to cure your insatiable addiction? Mayhaps you need not wonder. Mayhaps the time has come to look inside yourself and know you're going to give your chakras one real motherfucker a blitzing. It's going to take mood music of the highest caliber. Having picked up some mediative tips from Boulder, you navigate your scuttle buggy radio dial to an achromatic buzz station, which is currently playing some soothing ocean sounds. A gentle lap of water meeting the shore, the rhythmic beat of the tide, the steady and sweet as a mother heartbeat. It's interspersed with distant honks and weird animal chitterings, of course, because this is still fucking Alternia. You lean back in your seats reclining it as far as it can go, and sinking to the cushiony softness. Something sharp is poking at your rib, but you try to ignore it. Close your eyes and allow the white noise to flood your senses, blocking everything else. Oh yeah, you're really vibing this shit right now. Chakra status blitz to high hell. You imagine causality as a river. Every choice a branch, tributaries upon tributaries, winding ever downward, pooling in lakes of inevitability. The pit in your stomach gnaws. It all ends here. Stagnant, bitter water, reeking of death, the ocean ever out of reach, your soul ever yearning for the single solitary estuary among all the ceaseless spillways. You take a deep breath. Water laps at your sides and tickles your ears. You are adrift. You feel the gentle bob as you float down the river. You hear the rush like a ticking clock. Gravity as time pulling you ever forward. Which river is this? To what end does it deliver you? Your breathing slower than shudders. You feel the rapid approach, the river blur, and the river blur. Then shift. Your heart rewinds. Misses a beat, a surge of emotion. Water streaking down the curve of your cheek. Your lungs ache. Which lungs? Which river? Which you? You try to focus, but the water beats at your brows, lashes your arms and legs. Too tired to swim, you try for another deep breath, but nothing comes. With a tumultuous gasp, you sink beneath the surface, to the churning darkness below. Here, amidst the battering onslaught, the images come, whirls of emotions, of sounds, of thought, memories best forgotten or never known, lakes meant to remain uncharted. The crack of thunder, rain, and tear fall a single drop of olive. The record skips. Fault lines, wind, boulders, and limbs. Oh my god. Yet in peace through rage, the world, the carousel, horse whining, whinny as you can, as the calliope sings, the circle takes you. Searching eyes implore you. The puppet string stretched towards the moon, the flash of the blade, the spray of blood. Our strings are cut. The crackle of energy, the world gone grayscale. Eyes deeper than the deepest pit. A shuddering final breath. You are lost, lungs burning, water clogging every inch. You furrow your brow. Think. Find your river. Oh. Coughing, wheezing, a final rattling gasp. Panic seizes you. A resounding crack, the stamp of hooves, the ricochet of gunfire, the death of one, of thousands. A low, sinister honk, footballs loud and deep, the swing of a club, blood on the pavement. Dark, acrid smoke, indistinctive voices, and crackling intercom. A lurch beneath you, feet thrown out, neon energy crackling green. Choking, desperate, lungs aflame. You focus your will. Where are you? Which are you? Find your river. Piercing eyes, a stern, uncompromising gaze. The singe of acid, crushing spikes, the body worn to nothing, all for her approval. The puff of exertion, gray muscles flex and spirits lighten, a gulp of water, the shine of a smile. A looping tape, mirrors and mirrors, the mind, like time, infinite. The tributary splits and you finally drift down your chosen route. Fresh water, visions as you float towards the surface. A carefree decision, scuttling legs and the thrum of an engine, cityscapes passing by. Stern anger, a fist tightly clenched, shaking, barely restrained, hope crushed under rigid foot. A plan, poorly conceived, desperation, the madness, friendship at all cost. Navy blood pooling on the concrete shoal and a plan, both collapsing, cold hatred in her eyes. Whoa. Down. The wrap. Down. Tense footballs on the pavement, muscle strains to exhaustion, the sun rising over a desperate chase. Escape sweet bliss soon to shatter, blood and bone turn to steel. Fruitless assistance, your clothing, your soul stained with blood. No more, no more. One more step, one more desperate step, one more foot after another in the endless chase. Drenched in fear, in sweat, hidden, but not well enough. The curtains fall, one final heartbeat, the end of all things. You emerge from beneath the surface with a gasp, coughing up water, and oh, it's just you, sitting in your scuttlebuggy. Gentle white noise still playing on the radio. You take a moment to catch your breath, your heart thumping against the ribcage like it wants to crawl out and beat you senseless for subjecting it to all that horseshit. Okay, enough meditation for one day. You think you're just going to reach over and kind of set the autopilot to Stealth's house instead of Nikki's, yeah. You have no idea if this will advert or merely delay some horrifying and grisly end or another, but it's better than the alternative. And besides, you really want some more of that bitchin' grub loaf. Yes. Damn. No. Oh. Maybe I should maybe I should read that aloud instead of like just looking at it, huh? Sorry, I was like kind of just like trying to like absorb what like fully happened there. Fuck. I wonder how strong like this actually is. Huh. Wow, purchase more volumes here. Oh my god. That's I have all of them. I got them all. Actually, How much did I pay for this game? I think I paid $2 for this game. Actually, that's how much I bought this game for. Was it $2? Yeah, $2 sounds about right. Oh. You crash landed onto a planet called Eternia. You stagger from the wreckage of your ship. You were desperate for information and for provisions and possibly a bit of medical attention. But most of all, you were desperate for friendship, is what you could say if you were written by a bunch of hacks who cared about aristoc- aristoc- Aristotelian ideal of narrative unity. Oh, fuck, I can't read. Possibly you could make some reference to a circle being complete in a thoughtless and imbecilical matter. But we're all in this together, right? And we've all learned and grown enough to know that there's something deep and dark and absurd brewing beneath the surface. This really isn't about friendship anymore, is it? You've got enough friends. Now you need answers. I don't need answers. I need friends. Oh, I get out of my chair for a second. Oh, god damn it. This was just the intro screen. Lanque, 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 Lanky, Lanky. I'm gonna call him Lanky, Lanky. That's his name now. Lanque, Lanque, Lanque works, I guess. Is he gonna be like a? Damn, it'd be pretty good if we had actually had like a fucking rainbow drink or whatever they're called. You don't pronounce the U. Lanky. Lanky. Lank. Ba, 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 ba. Lank. Lank. Or just lank. That's not as fun. I'm calling him lanky. He's lanky in my mind now. Yeah. 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 That's lanky. Ain't nothing changed my mind. Unless it doesn't like flow well as I'm reading, then I'll easily change my mind actually. What's next on the docket? Oh, you're really feeling like going completely off the rails. So it's a good thing the first person to ping you on your Palm Husk is Lanera. That nutty bitch is exactly the sort of destabilizing influence your life needs right now.
Hello, my friend, because that's what we are now, friends.
Cool. That's not weird at all to talk to. That's not a weird. Cool. That's not a weird at all way to talk to someone. You're really loving this one. You're not sure what it is, but you're positive whatever crackpot caper this loopy troll is about to rope you into is going to be a real humdinger. There's a sense of finality in the air. You can taste it. This is kind of loud for me. I'm gonna like turn it down a little bit more. Lanera does you the courtesy of listening to you say all that shit without getting super put off by how much of a freak you are.
Listen up. So I was thinking, since us becoming friends has worked out so well, I'm starting to think maybe it'd be a good idea to give making more friends another shot after all, I guess. That's what I was thinking. So there's this party I was invited to. You see, the fellow Jades in my cloister always sneak out to go to these things.
You gently suggest to Lanera that she should hurry it the fuck up.
Okay, so I'm nervous to go and I want a friend to come with me. Okay, is that so crazy?
No, you don't think that's crazy at all. You think that sounds fantastic, actually. You don't ask for any details because who gives a shit? Oh, we're back. You show up on the block. We're not going to talk about how you got there or whatever because what a waste of time. You're just there. Lanera met up with you too. Linera mentioned there might be dancing, so you decide to really dress up for the occasion. Oh man, you went fucking nuts. You're wearing a cape and shit, but also like fishnets? Maybe a sexy bra if that's your thing. Whatever happened to the drudge out of some dumpster or another? Oh, we're on our dark, edgy era. Honestly, you can imagine whatever you want here, but no, it's complete bullshit, and you look like a total slut. Linera isn't wearing anything special because we would have had to pay someone to redraw all her sprites. From the looks of it, you're heading over to somebody's hive party. You're rolling up on some kind of joint that, from past experience, you can now surmise is an alien domicile. It's pretty big. Maybe belongs to someone on the blue end of the spectrum. But here again, in the block, just where all the Jade Blood schoolgirls love to get down and dirty. It hits you like a bucket of ice when you realize whose hive we're walking straight towards this time. This is Ardata's hive. Ooh. Oh, that's just great. Your friend Ardata. Boy, do you love Ardata. Can't wait to see her again. As you approach, you can immediately tell what kind of deal they have going on here. You can hear the tunes bumping from all the way down the block, and when you get near enough to see, there are obviously a bunch of teens passed out on the drunk lawn. This is a full-blown frat house rager. Definitely doesn't seem like Linera's sort of scene.
That's because it isn't. My goodness, I can't believe I'm doing this.
You kind of can't either. You're not even in the front door, and you can already feel the sweat pouring out of your armpits. This is going to be so much fun. You pass all the smashed lawn teens and go up to knock on the front door. You have to rap on it. A few times until the telltale sound of clicking heels faintly reaches your ears. The door opens and you discover that the gracious host is standing on the other side of the door is none other than your best friend Ardata. Oh, she looks surprised to see you for only a moment before her face resolves into a wicked grin. Oh, my. Look what the pervy's dragged in. Back for more so soon, my sweet. You're not actually sure how much time has passed since you last ran to Ardata, but it doesn't feel like it can be described in any metric by soon. Man, they really got like two of like the best characters in the same panel like this early. This is a good start already. You've been physically savaged so many times since then. You're not sure what you're blocking out though. You tell Ardata you're really glad to see her because you totally are. You tell her you weren't expecting her to be hosting a party though.
Oh, I don't know if I'd call it a party. More of a friend kickback sorts. Sort of an exclusive, really. All of the world's finest influences are here.
I really hope. I hope Sarava's in there actually. To be real.
How exactly did you hear about my little shindig? Well, I certainly consider you one of my finest friends. I don't recall inviting you.
You gesture vaguely to Linera. She doesn't seem to know how to lie and immediately cracks under the pressure.
One of the other Jades from my cloister told me to come. His name is Lanky,
but I don't think he was invited either.
I get the impression we kind of always come out here. Basically, we're crashing, if that's okay. Well, of course. What's an informed soiree without a few entirely uninvited interlopers?
Linera doesn't seem to know if she's being sarcastic or not, and you aren't sure if she's either, to be honest. You're like, are you fucking with us? And she's like, ho 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 ho, moo ha 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 ha, or whatever.
Of course not. I just have but one question for you, my dears.
Ardetta beckons you near. You obey her slavishly, and she leans in close to your ear and intones,
Do you hereby certify under penalty of law that you are of the age to view adult content within your state of legal residence, have acknowledged the contents of this volume's accompanying mature content description, and are comfortable with the prosecution of engaging with challenging and otherwise controversial fictional material?
I assume there's not gonna be like any like actual like adult material, right? It's just like I'm assuming certain concepts because it's like a party, right? Wait, actually, hold on, I gotta pull up the Steam page actually just to be safe. I'm pretty confident, but like, you know, I can't be too sure, right? How do because it has to be fully because it doesn't say anything about certain things, right? Like, don't these things usually have ratings for them? Gore, violence, gore, general mature content. Okay, yeah, so it's just the normal stuff that's been in here. They're not gonna show any other weird stuff. You really got drugged and killed multiple times already in this game. Oh damn, these are ones. Oh damn. I get rid of that green one. That green one don't matter. Oof. I'm too scared. Oh man, the sound of that is making you quake in your slutty little boots. Controversial fictional material, you say? Damn, it's almost starting to sound like a woman wrote this. Count you out. Ardetta clicks her tongue. She reaches for the cup of marker she keeps on the table next to the door and pulls one out. You flinch back and she wields it like a weapon and draws a big blue X on the back of your hand.
Here. Now, all my fine guests will know we've a delicate little angel on our hands.
And she turns to Lanera.
And what about you, my sweet thing? Huh? Oh, I'm not real, so it's cool. Very well then.
Damn, they're getting a little too much with this. Actually, I don't know if I like how this is being written a little bit. But it's fine.
Welcome to the bash. Drinks are free, but if you die of poisoning, you're contractually obligated to cloak in range of one of my cameras. Oh, toodaloo.
She didn't do her laugh. I feel cheated. I feel cheated out. Ardetta blows you a toxic kiss and saunters off to mingle with enthusiastic guests. You and Lanera step past the threshold and have a look around. Lanera is visibly nervous, which is unfortunately a little bit infectious. You ask her where her friend is. She glances about a bit.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, over there.
Oh shit. Oh my god, that's me. That's me hanging out with people. That's me going out. I chill out and do nothing. Oh my god. Oh, that's me. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. Okay, actually, what mostly happens here is actually like, whenever I like hang out with like in like a random group or something random, like anything like this, I end up like talking to one person for like way too long, and that's about it. Yeah, that's my goat right there. And like I talk to one person and that's it, and then I forget what's going on, and then like it's just like, oh yeah, oh, and I never like I'll talk to somebody for like hours on hours on hours, and then but like we'll never give each other contact information, and we just never see each other again. It's like, yep, that was a moment in time, and that's it. That's it. Well, we never see each other again, and that's how it's meant to be. You follow her gaze into the living room. Living area of the house. There's a far cry from the sight outside. The music's not nearly as so bumping as you originally thought it was. The whole shebang seems to have a pretty chill teenager drinking Kool-Aid vibe. Apart from the fact that that's definitely not Kool-Aid. Everybody's milling about, chatting amicably. I can't read. You spot a few familiar faces. Diamond flirting with roasting his Frank in the hearth. Alward leaned casually against a door frame to the kitchen, talking to a cute girl. Skylar recounting some enrapturing rodeo caper to a group of gathered trolls. It's a real diverse roster of friendly folk. You spot. Is he interested in the sleeping one, or is he like interested in the dog? You spot Lanera. You spot who Lanera is pointing to at the center of the parlor arrangement of the couches and armchairs set among a group of friends on the floor. Only other jade blood in the room. He's even more impeccably dressed and done up than the rest of the markedly fashion-forward jades you've met. When he catches sight of Lanera, his face lights up, and he rises to make his way over and greet you.
Oh, Lanera, you've made it after all.
I gotta think on this one.
Oh, Lanera, you've made it after all. I was starting to think you weren't going to come. Well, surprise. I didn't not come. I mean, I did come. Hi, I'm here. Hello.
You cringe, but Lanky seems otherwise unaffected by Lanera's astonishingly embarrassing display. He turns to you with a warm smile.
And who is this?
My mouse died. My mouse died. Now I gotta plug it in. Where did I put my mouse cable at? I need a second.
And who's this?
You can't help but get a little flustered when your eyes meet. His makeup and his stylings might lean to the severe and feminine, but he has a contrastively calming and masculine voice that puts you at ease straight away. He seems to have quite the opposite effect on Lanera. Before you can answer yourself, she starts blabbering a mile a minute.
Oh, this is my friend. I invited them. They're an alien, and I guess I almost murdered them because I was jealous of their friendship with Brania, but lol. But I didn't. I didn't, and we're friends now, and I'm starting to work past my self-destructive obsession with her and agree to come with me because I'm socially anxious and afraid of you, lol.
That's a mood. That's a mood, though.
That's awfully nice of them.
Hold on, sorry. I know that was a lot at once. Let me reorganize that statement into a clear, digestible list of bullet points.
You've absolutely no need to do that, Lanera. I've understood your points just fine.
Oh, okay.
Lanky looks back at you.
Sorry. Fucking Lanky. The name brings me joy. Calling him that.
Thank you for helping Lanera feel more comfortable here. Why don't you come and sit with us?
Lanky turns and gestures to the other trolls he was just speaking with before, a teal-blooded boy and an indigo-blooded girl, neither of whom you've recognized. They both have notebooks in their laps. They give you a friendly waves.
Okay, that sounds great. What are we doing?
We were just in the middle of a poetry reading. I don't know if you've prepared anything of your own to share, but you might find it relaxing just to listen.
Poetry?
Lanera's face has gone bright green. Oh boy.
Oh, why would you think I've written any poetry?
I don't, really. It was merely a suggestion. Have you?
Oh, well, I maybe. Wait. No.
You put a comforting hand on Lanera's shoulders, intuiting immediately that she has indeed written plenty of poetry, but is embarrassed by the prospect of sharing any of it. Remind her that she's among trusted friends here and has nothing to fear.
I guess you're right.
Oh, well then. Please, come and join us. Lanky leads you back to his group, inviting you to sit down with them in a circle. Lanera goes to deliberate lengths to insert you between herself and Lanky so that you're the one sitting next to him. Why don't we pick back up where we left off? I was just about to read my latest piece. It's gonna be some like fucked up ass poem, or it's gonna be like something pretty beautiful. It's like there's no in between here, huh? You say that sounds great. Lanky's two friends close their eyes and take each other's hands. You and Lanera are both plenty surprised when Lanky and the Indigo Blood sitting next to Lanera try to take yours to close the circle. At your obviously shocked expression, Lanky explains, We find physical contact helps us feel closer on a spiritual level during our poetry sessions. But if you aren't comfortable with it, you're under no obligation. You really feel respected right now, so you and Lanera both absent to join the circle. She even takes the initiative to hold your hand first. Lanky reaches out and takes your fingers gently in his. You don't know what it is, but you can't help yourself from blushing shyly. His hand is soft and warm in yours, short red nails, immaculately manicured. Then let me begin. This is a short poem I've written in free verse, based on something haunting me as of late. Reflecting back on one of my most complicated and passionate past relationships. Forgive me, this may be a bit raw. It is as yet untitled. Lanky draws a deep breath and closes his eyes. His notebook is open in his lap. You can see the poem written there in an elegant hand, but he doesn't need to look at it to recite the words. What is the meaning of a memory? A question I oft ponder. Intangible and untraceable by anything but the mind, yet so potent as to leave one sick, as if poisoned or wounded in a literal sense. And what meaning is there in regret and longing? Can my lamentations change the past? Will they move the future? Shall they amount to much more than what unmoors my here and now? If I restrict my world to that but which is before my eyes, to those whom I may touch, to that which I may alter, to one would no doubt conclude that thoughts of you are last among what I consider to matter. And still you haunts me yet like a scar, like a disease uneager to abate. Who are you, and who am I, after so long without you? I know, I don't know, I won't know. What do I know but what I know, and what can it even mean to know? No, no, no. Ah, though it so vexes me, though so little I value it when it was before me, a thing and a you I could touch and see and know and hate and wonder, revile/worship. Now it and you are traceless ghosts, and I preoccupy myself with nothing but futile tasks of redefinition, interpretation, and circuitous dwelling on that which I understand even less now than in the times when my wondering might have been so easily answered with a question or a bite or a kiss or even a single word spoken honestly. Pressed though I am to give color to our bonds, I look not to onyx nor ash, but that which pulses within our very veins, that so blinding jade, hard as the stone for which it is so named. Twisted and pulled, hammered and forged, shaped unnaturally as if a chain. A stricture within scripture, a certain so meaningful tincture. Resent you though I must, envy you though I may. Now leagues and leagues stretch between us, and I make peace with not but what I say. You are only that which is within me, my blood and my mind, and that is at once nothing and the most elementary definition of everything. You realize you were holding your breath when Lanky finally finishes. Sorry, I really like calling him Lanky. The circle falls into meaningful silence. Taut as a wire, the tension breaks when his eyes flutter open, tears spilling over his long lashes. Oh. You squeeze Lanky's hand gently. He weeps silently and beautifully. Such powerful art. He musters a wan smile as he gazes across the circle at Linera. Linera, would you like to read next? Linera looks stunned. There's moisture gathering in the corners of her eyes. Of course, anyone would be moved by something so emotional and raw.
I guess I have a poem I could read.
Linera takes out her planner and opens it. Breaking the circle of held hands, she can't recite it from memory like Lanky. When she speaks, her voice is small and timid.
This one's called Still. I'm still. I sit there still. I do what I'm told still. I wonder about the way that I am and I think still. I see her every day and I still miss her. She hugs me and I still feel cold. I'm surrounded by people and I'm still alone. I'm still me. I still love her. And I still hate that.
Wow. You're really proud of Linera for opening up like this. She's crying too. Now, you reach out to take her hand back in yours. The indigo blood beside her comfortingly strokes her shoulder.
Sorry. It's not really good and long like yours, Lanky. I'm not really a poet or anything. I just wrote down how I feel.
Linera, it's fine. I thought it was beautiful. Poetry is about expressing yourself. Not important that it be any set length or sound any certain way. All that matters is that you've spoken your blood pusher. And I think you've accomplished that remarkably. We're all very proud of you.
I love her. She's so good.
Damn. You find yourself drawn into a group, hugged by Lanky and the other trolls. Linera is sobbing openly now, and her raw emotion seems to have inspired similar pathos in others. Before you know it, you feel yourself tearing up too. It feels good to get it all out, but before long, it's becoming clear Linera is kind of reaching her limit. She pulls back and sniffles out something about wanting to go home. Oh, of course, Linera. If that's what you need, I'll talk to you back at the cloister.
Okay.
See See to it that she gets back safe, will you? You tell Lanky that of course you will, and take Linnea carefully by the hand to lead her out of the party. She squeezes your fingers back to let you know she appreciates you. You walk back from the party in comfortable silence for a while. When you glance over at her face, it occurs to you that you've never seen Linnea this happy. Of course, this is literally the second time you've ever seen her, so you guess you'd... Okay. Okay, sure. We're just gonna ignore the other time, I guess. Did that not happen? Maybe it didn't, I guess. You don't actually have much frame of reference for what her normal emotion actually state is. Or the other time. You really want to encourage her on this path of recovery. She's still going down and all. So you ask her about, her and Lanky.
What?
Her and Lanky?
Oh, what? We're just friends. I mean, it's not like I have a crush on him or anything. I know I've had romantic feelings for a girl before, so it'd be really problematic if I liked a boy now.
Oh, you say, you're sorry, I didn't know.
Oh, it's okay, just don't let it happen again.
Eric gives you a warm smile and reaches out to pull you into a hug.
Thank you for helping me. I was really nervous, and I think if it hadn't been for your help, I wouldn't have been able to come at all. But I did, so thanks. It wasn't perfect, but I think it's really opened up tonight. I'll see Lanky again. And I hope you. Oh, and you, I hope. And in the future, things will be easier. Right?
You're certain they will. You put a comforting arm around her shoulders and walk her to the rest of the way home. You feel like this night really taught you an important lesson. Not everything is about collecting the largest quantities of friends as is humanly possible. Sometimes strengthening your bond with someone you already know can be just as rewarding. So screw you, you say, the concept of good endings and bad endings and narrative railroading. This route makes you feel heckin' valid, and that's fine by you. Valid. But this is a friend-making game, so that's not a valid ending. I'm sorry. I gotta make friends. Otherwise I lose. I'm sorry for that valid ending. You bet, Chief. Tell her to let you in.
Ooh, that's good to hear. Why don't you come right in then, my dear? I don't want to see you making any little post online about how my party was too fucking problematic for you, though.
Ardata steps back and welcomes you again and into her abode with grandiose gesture. You're very, very excited for Ardata's party. I know definitely that you will enjoy absolutely every second of what she has in store for you. That was cute, but definitely not what you expect from Homestuck. Coming from outside of Homestuck, that's kind of what I expect from Homestuck, actually. Coming from outside of Homestuck, that's more of what I expect Homestuck to be. Yeah, that's what I'll be saying. But after reading Homestuck, it's interesting. Well, after reading, I guess I don't know. It kind of fills up certain things. Actually, I think it kind of fits Homestuck in the stuff. At least more of late of where I'm at. Have I mentioned Act 6 is just better than the rest of the Homestuck? Okay, Ardetta is looking back. Oh my god. Once you've stepped in past of the threshold, Ardetta blows you a toxic kiss and saunters off to mingle with her enthusiastic guest. Here we go. Now we're talking. Oh shit. Oh. I guess this wasn't just an intimate moment with me and Damon. Fuck, okay. Who's the coolest guy here? Fucking Naruto. Who seems the coolest? That one? That one? The Bonehead? Might be Bonehead. I like Bonehead. Okay, my mouse is charged enough. The first thing that hits you once you're in the door is the music. It's a solid wall of bass that reverberates through your body down your bones. The intense dance track is blasting so loud you can hardly hear yourself think. It has to be this loud to drown out all the shouting coming from the living room. As you apprehensively advance, it becomes quickly clear that Lynera is completely out of her element here. She's a bundle of nerves beside you, practically glued to your hip. When you actually step into the living room, she physically attaches herself to your arm.
Wow, this is more than what I was expecting.
You too. It's a scene of absolute chaos. The living room of the house is filled to the brim with rowdy teens dancing rhythmlessly to the pounding music. The furniture has all been knocked over or otherwise destroyed, and you can make a pretty good guess of what's filling all those red cups in everyone's hands. You're about to tell Lynera you wouldn't blame her if she wants to dip, but you can't get the words out before you are being flagged down by a jade-blooded boy who's just muscled his way out of the throng of party goers with a few of his friends in tow. How's he gonna talk in this one? Lynera, you made it. Lynera all but flings herself away from your body and freezes like a scared animal as the troll approaches. For all the commotion and ruckus, he's still remarkably well put together. The vigorous dance huddle doesn't seem to have disturbed his sharp makeup or his impeccably coiffed hair. There is a curious red stain down the stain down the front of his white shirt, though. Ooh. He has a sleek-looking indigo-blooded girl on his right arm, and an even sluttier-looking teal-blooded boy on his left. Though he shakes them off and waves them away by the time he reaches you and Lynera at the entryway of the room. Oh. I like this guy. Both versions of him so far.
Hi, Lanky. Yeah, I'm here.
You watch with amusement as Lynera practically bursts into flames under his gaze, and it only gets worse when he slides up to give her a startling intimate embrace. She squeaks and tries to hug him back, but is too timid to actually touch him. With her hands, you can see sweat pouring down her face. After a solid 5 seconds that seems to include Lanky smelling Lynera's hair, he pulls back to smile down at Lynera with a heavy gaze. Lynera's face is bright green, and her eyes are bugging out of her skull from how flustered she is. But she's not into it, you don't think? It's hard to tell, but you kind of get the impressions he'd be dead by now if she weren't. Either way, it's awkward. Lucky for Lynera, Lanky either doesn't notice or doesn't care. He settles into a comfortable, for him, posture with his arms casually around Lynera's waist and turns to you. Oh, who's this?
This is my
friend?
Yeah.
Lanky quirks his eyebrow. You have friends? The question seems to leave Lanera speechless, so Lanky takes the opportunity to look back at you, his eyes raked up and down your body the way it leaves you feeling distinctly objectified. Oh, aren't you interesting? Is there a reason you look like that? Damn. What a question. He doesn't explain what that is specifically referring to, and given both your alien status and your state of dress, it could mean any number of things. You might take it as an insult if not for the way he licks his lips after he says it. He can't seem to pry his eyes off you. You look at Lanera for a cue, but he's too out of it to give you any sort of intelligible sign. So you just explain how you crash landed on this alien planet an intermediate amount of time ago, amount of time ago, and you don't really know what you're doing or much of anything about anything. The fact of your appearance could be due either to this or that you are generally a disaster of being irrespective of your planetary origin. Oh, fascinating. I've never met an alien before. Well, you have. Lots of them. Lots of times. In fact, literally everyone and everything here is alien to you. You find the word diarrhea becoming more and more awkward and embarrassing as lanky eyes start burning a hole in the center of your chest. There's no need to be shy. I don't bite until asked. Lanky disconnects himself from Lanera as he frowns on you. It's like he's lost any interest in her existence now that you're in front of him. Lanera looks at you with a completely pathetic expression that readily informs you as to what your response needs to be. You'll be damned if you aren't going to be the best wingman possible. So you deftly ignore Lanky's blatant pass and turn the conversation back to Lanera. You ask Lanky how long he and Lanera have known each other. Lanky raises his eyebrow at the question. Well, I suppose since she was chosen for the cloister some number of sweeps ago. I don't remember really.
It was 2.43 sweeps.
Oh, right. Then that many, I guess. That's a pretty long time, actually.
Yeah?
Pretty impressive that you've managed to go a solid 2.4 of them without saying a single word to me that wasn't circulated to me secondhand from your snide gossiping behind my back. Oh, wow. Talk about whiplash. Lanera's eyes get big like saucers.
Oh, what? What are you? I don't know what you're talking about.
The tone of the conversation has totally morphed from fire in the eyes to an instant, though neither Lanky's expression nor demeanor have changed much. He slips into the knives with all the calm composure of a casual statement. What? I pushed a button. What? Are you going to pretend that you didn't spend the better part of 2.5 sweeps complaining about how much I disgusted you? Come now. You do know that everyone is aware you're a nasty little bitch, right, Lanera?
Who? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry to stop this, but stop this for a moment. I was at work today and someone was talking about Archie comics. They mentioned Riverdale. I didn't fully grasp that the Riverdale TV show is the Archie comics universe or a place. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what my grasp is now. Because I was at a panel at the last anime convention I went to in last month, and what the
I think I mentioned it before, but what the fuck happens in Riverdale? Like that show's fucking insane. I somebody like someone got me to watch like a couple episodes. So I watched a couple episodes. I couldn't get into it, right? I couldn't watch it. But from my understanding was that like Riverdale was heavily like a Tumblr, like a Tumblr show. Like if you're on Tumblr, you watch like Riverdale, or at least the Riverdale community was mostly on Tumblr. Yeah, because this person was, I think their main social media for the longest time was Tumblr. Uh, near those teen Netflix shows. Riverdale's fucking crazy from just the simplest things I've heard. Like, they take the concept of an old psychological like was the serial killer gene or something like that. They take that old like old thought to be true thing, well, theory someone had, and that was showed to be not true at all. But they chose that and made that like a fucking big ass thing. At some point, like some characters, I think mother die, quote unquote dies, like quotation mark dies. I mean, right? And they're living inside their walls. I think convincing their daughter to do stuff. Like making their daughter feel crazy, or somebody in this house feel crazy, and they're living in the walls, like talking to them, making them think they're insane, hearing their mother's voice, or something like that. Riverdale sounds insane, and this ain't even one of the insane things. Like this doesn't even scratch the surface of what I've heard at that panel, and I don't even think that panel's told me all the most insane things that happen in it. I'm so curious, but I don't know if I have the willpower to watch that show. Not in 2026. Maybe 2019 me would have had the willpower. Man, my main social media when I was younger was probably the worst social media you could choose. By a long shot. By an actual long shot, probably. Huh. Damn. Oh. Boom. I mean, don't take it the wrong way. I really don't mind. I'm hardly in a position to criticize. I was just curious what caused the sudden change of hearts after so long decrying my bane of slatternly lifestyle. I have the impending ordeals finally made the little clock start to tick down in that dry, dusty nook of yours? Did you figure I was the only one who might be loose enough to be willing to clean out the cobwebs before you get shipped off to space church and ever have a chance again? Holy shit. Lanky. Just wondering. Holy fuck. Shit. Damn. Damn, I don't know if I can blame him though, depending on if we take what he says as the truth, right? Damn. There's a long, excruciating moment where Linares says nothing. He just stares up at Lanky beside her with a completely shell-shocked expression. But before he can try to pipe up in Linares' defense, she bursts into tears. Oh no. This is secretly down bad behavior in cultural culture. I don't know if it's secret. Damn. When Linares suddenly turns and makes a mad dash to run out of the door and away from the party, you're torn between running after and giving this jerk a real piece of your mind. Your mind's made up when you look back at Lanky, just in time to catch him rolling his eyes. Hey, you say, what kind of brute? That was kind of rude, don't you think? Lanky snorts. Me? Rude. Are you perhaps attempting to fuck with me? Clearly, you haven't spent much time around this bitter pill if you think that was anything short of precisely what she deserves. You concede you maybe don't have a full enough grasp on Jadeblood Cloister's social dynamics to make a definitive judgment on whether or not Linnea deserved to have been so ruinously owned, but she was your friend, and what good are you if you don't stick up for the people you care about? I have no idea what even got her so upset. Like I said, it's not like I really care what she says about me. But you don't get to spend as much time as she does being such a venomous little snake and act surprised when someone calls you out on it. Then why did you invite her, you ask? It seems needlessly cruel of Lanky to lead her on under the false pretenses, if he never intended to be her friend at all. I promise you, I had no such designs. The only reason I even invited her to this thing is that my ex is being a real blood-sucking bitch, and no one else wanted to go. I was willing to give her an honest shot, but I have no time for a vicious, slandering nag who can't even admit what she is. I thought maybe it might be interesting to see what that crusty little shrew might be like if you could manage to wrest her balls free of whatever excruciating knot she's got it tied into. But I guess now we'll never know. Welp, this is clearly a conversation you're going to have to Switzerland out of pretty soon. What? You try to explain the historic significance of Switzerland's political neutrality on your home planet. Lanky's eyes glaze over like he's listening to you recite a sports almanac of cricket stats. That's nice. Anyway, since I seem to have scared away my dates, why don't you stay a while so you and I can get to know each other a little better? You seem much more interesting than she is anyway. When did Lanky get up so close to you? Your heart beats a little faster when he smiles at you like that, so poisonous and shamelessly laced with intent. Linnea is definitely not the only one coming off like a snake here. I've less time to waste than most, my dear. Never seen the value in beating around the bush. Well, maybe it'd be socially prudent for you to go after Linnea and make sure she's okay, but it's also not her volume for the friend sim, so instead of doing that, you want to stick around and see what spectacular brief prima donna is all about. You had your fucking chance to bail out of this shit show, but all that's left to do is now barrel downhill as meteoric as you can manage. Fantastic. Care to dance? Why the fuck not? Lanky laughs pleasantly and reaches out to take you by the hand. The contact gives you a little thrill despite yourself. He's got nice hands, soft and warm and well taken care of, and you know it's going to be one hell of a ride wherever he's taking you. Come with me. You do. He doesn't lead you straight into the dance floor, though. He takes you around the throng of dancing party goers over to the kitchen of the house first. You're expecting to find familiar face waiting for you there. Fuck, it's getting late. Hey, fancy meeting you here. You find it that surprisingly, honestly. You two know each other? You could say that. That's great. Do you give discounts to friends? I sure fucking don't. You know the price, pretty boy, pay up. Humph. You're a little confused. What is being purchased here exactly? Elward gives you a funny look. You want drone? What? Hush. You do as you're told and watch Lanky and Albert carry out their shady transaction. Lanky hands over the credits and receives an opaque little baggie of something in return. Oh well, you guess you don't really need to see what's in the thing to figure out what it is at this point. As soon as the deal is done, Lanky has his hand at the small of your back and is definitely guiding you away from the scene of the crime. Is buying drugs a crime here? You aren't really well versed in the laws of Alternia, but it honestly doesn't really seem like anybody would give much shit about anybody doing drugs out here. You guess clandestine transactions are just for the aesthetic. Lanky's got you back in a shady corner of the party. It's pressing one tablet he bought into your hand. With a sly grin, he expects you to join in. Sorry. You're like, hold on a minute. Your experiences with an alien drug haven't really been that great. Honestly, you're not sure you're excited for the repeat performance. Like, the immediate response is to sneer. Oh, I see. You're one of those people. One of what people? You know. A bit boring, maybe? Damn. That's enough to get me to do something that I don't want to do in like most situations, in all honesty. There are many words that could be used to describe you, but you don't think boring is a remote contender. You're always doing all kinds of unbelievably stupid shit and getting into uncountable, wacky, and life-threatening situations. Is it really that fucking much to ask for there to be one time you don't rush headfirst into doing something you know is going to fuck you up and be totally awful? Like his lips pressed to a thin, annoying line. These things aren't cheap, you know. I bought them for you. Well, you didn't ask him to do that, did you? Oh, come on. You're really going to be like this? Yeah, you totally are. Lanky sighs dramatically. Fine. Lanky casts around for the nearest victim and grabs his attention with a hand around his wrist. To your dismay, it's your sweet and innocent hot dog chum Diamond. My diamond. Alas, there's nothing you can do to stop from falling prey to Lanky's wicked designs. Here, have these.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Great. Thanks. I'd love to put drugs on my wiener.
Oh, what a tragedy. They really just threw that in there so some people would see that. What a tragedy. But before you know it, Lanky has a hold of you again and is dragging you off. Let's just dance. You're not too much of a square to do that, are you? Of course not. Dancing is basically the one thing you planned on here to do, so that's just great. You go along with Lanky enthusiastically when he pulls you over to the writhing mass of bodies bumping and grinding on the dance floor. You get down to it. You soon discover that Lanky has a very interesting dancing style, and by interesting, you mean it primarily consists of directly grinding his body against yours in an incredibly shameless fashion. But pressed in as you are from all sides by sweaty, inebriated bodies, there's not exactly much room for Troll Jikas to begin with. Lanky is up on you so close it's hard not to sweat. He has his hands at your hips and your face fixed with sharp eyes. His heavy stare is nearly hypnotic, so blatant and undisguised in his expressions. It's clear what he wants, and maybe that's more than you're prepared to give. But when he looks at you like that, it's impossible to look away. You just go with it. Why not? It feels good, and it's not like anyone else is watching. You're surrounded by trolls, boxed in and pouring sweat, and yet it feels like you're the only two people there. Lanky draws in, teeth by your ear, and this close you can hear him easily, even over the overwhelming pound of the bass. You have the palest skin I've ever seen. Yeah, you tell him you're literally white, which is like blank. That makes you super racially inoffensive, FYI. You let Lanky know he can see you any way he wants, which is even more woke than making a decision.
Thin as paper. I can see all the way inside of you. All of your veins and your red blood. You smell like candy. I wonder how you taste.
Haha. Wow, haha, you say. That's like some shit a vampire would say.
Presuming I'm a rainbow drinker would be an awfully reductive and a literal reading of my character. I'm just making a blatant sexual pass.
Oh, okay. Good thing that's all cleared up. You take this as an opportunity to really let loose, showing off everything you've got in the sexy dance acumen department. Lanky's a little bewildered.
What are you doing?
You're like, what aren't I doing? There's a fire on the dance floor, and you struck the match. You're just fucking it up in here, really getting it, breaking it down, bopping and crumping and whatever. You're smashing your ass into everyone around you and getting hot and heavy with those lusty moves. There's a point where Lanky has to step back. You presume to properly behold the art, your art in all its glory. Damn. But it soon becomes clear that it's not your prodigious dancing skills that have given him pause. You follow his startled gaze and you see Bronia's here and she looks pissed. Oh shit. Brania still standing in the entryway contending with Ardata, and it looks like she hasn't caught sight of you yet, but Lanky isn't wasting any time. Before you realize what's happening, Lanky has you by the wrist and is hauling you away from the dance floor and off down the hallway. Oh, whoa, whoa. Lanky finds safety in a bedroom. Respite block. You remind yourself when you take stock of the conspicuous absence of any bed and the presence of the revolting looking slime cocoon in which trolls allegedly spend their repose. You each hold each other in a tense, nervous silence pressed against the locked door. What feels like an eternity passes, your breath held. The sound of your blood rushing through your own ears is almost enough to drown out the music. Seconds turn to minutes and nobody comes to find you. It seems for now you've escaped Bronia's notice. When you turn your head to look back at Lanky, you find he's been staring at you for some time.
I haven't been able to take my eyes off you since the moment I first saw you. You're just so interesting.
You freeze like a hare staring down a snake. Lanky lifts his hand to brush a thumb across your cheek, fingers curling under your chin. You meet his eyes, his pupils are so black.
I want to know what it's like to kiss you.
Lanky's tongue darts out to wet his painted lips.
Do you want to kiss me?
Whoa. Well, you've already clicked on at least 2 mature content disclaimers to get this far. Why the hell not? Lanky leans in, presses his lips against yours. He kisses so much more sweetly than he looks. His lips are soft and wet and taste like blackberries. This beats making out with a couple of greasy teens behind a dumpster, that's for sure. When one of his sharp fangs nicks the bottom of your lips, you don't even care. But when a drop of your blood bleeds onto his invasive tongue, Lanky drops back just an inch.
You taste sharp and dangerous, like a weapon.
Is that a good thing?
It's not a bad thing.
Lanky pulls back further, his hand slips from your cheek, and his fingers trail down your neck to the rest of your collar, thumb brushing against the thrum of your pulse.
Have you ever paled before?
Lanky shrugs off his jacket and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this really gonna go there? Oh my gosh. You're like, well, no. You've never done any alien intercourse with a bucket, but it doesn't look like he even has one on him at the moment. That was apparently the wrong thing to say because Lanky's face scrunches up in displeasure. Don't mock me. It's my first time. You figure laughing would constitute mocking him, so you don't. But the look you give him seems to say enough. Us Jades who live in cloisters have been chosen for a very special duty. We're expected to adopt a chaste, an aesthetic, I can't read, life in service to continue our species. And when we undergo our ordeal in our sent-off world, there is no such thing as sneaking out of the caverns. If I don't do this now, when? My life is nearly over. Will you help me feel alive? Well, before you can answer, Bronny's voice starts to rise shrill above the heavy music. Lanky. Lanky hand shoots out of lightning speed to draw you close before you can so much as gasp. He presses one of his palms over your mouth to keep you quiet. Oh shit, she's close. And from the sounds of it, she's getting closer. Lanky, I know you're here. You need to come out here. You need to come out and come home right now. Lanky leans in close to your ear. Shh. What will you do? Oh my god. What will I do? Keep quiet. You want to see where this goes. You keep your mouth shut and wait for Bronny to pass. She only shouts for a little while longer before the sound of her voice fades away. There are too many blocks in this hive for her to be trying to break down the doors to everyone. She didn't look too closely at this one. You've lost her. When it becomes clear Bronny has gone for good, like he lets his hands fall away from your lips, you feel him smile against your ear. Where were we? You turn in Lanky's arms and look up into his blazing eyes. How can you, alien pale, without a bucket? I don't mind doing it without one. Sometimes it can be fun to get a little messy, don't you think? You're like, weren't you just saying this was your first time? Lanky answers you with another kiss. This time he means business. Meet MC Chan. Phew. You got all the way with this super slutty. You go all the way with this super slutty alien, and then you slump out on the ground completely wasted. Maybe this all went kind of off the rails, but you have to admit, it would have been a real shame if you got through this entire extraterrestrial adventure and never got to smash even a single alien. What would even be the fucking point, honestly? This guy really did a whole number on you. You're lying spread eagle on the floor as Lanky is putting his clothes back on. Man, this is probably your most accomplished friendship to date. You're not quite ready to move just yet, but since you and Lanky are such good chums now, you figure now's a good time as any to ask for his chitter. Lanky seems surprised to even hear you speak. Huh? You want to head me on chitter? Yeah, you say. Isn't that what friends do? Oh. Sorry, I can't. My palm husk is broken right now. Lanky says while typing away furiously on his palm husk. He doesn't even look down at you. You're like, but you're using it right now. Lanky rolls his eyes. I thought you would take the obvious hint. What obvious hint? Lanky huffs. Look, I was trying to be nice, but you just weren't that good, babe. I don't often ring the shame bell twice, but if I were going to consider it, you would have shown me a better you'd have shown me a better performance than that. Whoa. Holy shit. That's that, you guess. Your lowest low. Your first time banging an alien. And you couldn't even satisfy him. A little seed of worthlessness takes root inside of you and germinates so explosively that it fills you up until there's basically nothing left. You die of shame instantly. Shame to death. Damn. Damn. Okay. Call his mom. This has gotten problematic enough. You rip Lanky's hand off your mouth and start yelling for Branya. What the fuck, dude? Lanky tries to scramble away from you to make some sort of last-ditch effort to escape, but it's no use. Branya hears you and comes running furious. She hooks the locks off its hinges before you can even get up to let her in. You duck flying chunks of alien architecture and scuttle off to avoid what you fear might be further alien fists. Lanky. As angry as her voice is, some of the fury goes out of her face the moment her gaze lands on Lanky's state of partial undress. She reflexively brings a hand to shield her eyes. What in the world? Put your clothes back on. Back on right this instant, young man. Lanky freezes where he stands, apparently accepting that he's been caught. There's nowhere left to run. If he doesn't intend to fling himself out the window, a sneer uncoil on his face. Oh, please. Save the purity acts. Like this is anything you haven't already seen a dozen times before. Branya's face goes bright jade. What? What in the world are you implying? I would never. Forget Lynera. You've always been the craziest bitch in the whole cloister. You know you aren't actually our luscious, right? Branya marches right up to Lanky and slaps him hard across the face. Lanky makes an undignified noise as he recoils from the blow. It looks like that really hurt his face. His face is stinging, bright under the handprint. He forces out a strained laugh. My word, Branya. If you wanted to join us, all you had to do was ask. Damn, you wish you had some popcorn right around now. You just kind of sit back and take it all in. Lanky, invective as it apparent desire effect. Branya is all but steaming at this point, hands balled into fists at her sides. You kind of want to say hi to your friend, but she's a little preoccupied, it seems. I'm not going to rise you. I'm not going to rise you to petty baiting. You're petty baiting. You know you're wrong here. 1, we've spoken time and time again about recklessly sneaking out to these parties and you've dragging Lynera into your mess. 2, Lynera has told me all about the things you've been saying and doing to her, and it's completely unacceptable, Lanky. 3, I've had more than enough lectures about the way you treat your flesh quadrant partners. It obviously needs to stop. 4, you are now coming back to the cloister right now. When we're home, you're going to have one last serious talk about this, and if there aren't changes, there are going to be consequences. Eventually, Branya's overbearing hollering seems to finally break Lanky down. He sighs, shoulders slumped, and rolls his eyes. Fine. Branya crosses her arms indignantly as she waits for Lanky to finish fixing his clothes. Lanky buttons his shirt, puts it back on his jacket and his tie, and then he has to retrieve his plum husk, which he seems to have discreetly slid over to where you're standing. He casually saunters his way over, and instead of picking up his own device, he snatches yours out of your hand. Hey, I've got to go, but let me give you my chitter information. Maybe we can pick up where we left off later, sweetheart. Branya stomps over to grab Lanky by the ear and drag him away, but not before he finished putting his chitter contact into your palm husk. He shoves you back into your hand, mouths a "see you later," and is then finally hauled off out of the room. Hypocrite. You need to shut your mouth. And then they're gone. Friendship accomplished, you guess? Chitter Mutuals. Shit. There's the outfit. Hey, damn. I don't bring this kind of energy when I go out places. I might know only one person. I think I know one person who brings this kind of energy out when they go out places. Another person who brings this energy out. And I don't know if I know anybody. I don't know if anyone bring. I don't know if I know anyone brings this energy. Do I? Fuck, I'm the most like straight edge friend I got. I think so. Fuck. No, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta I gotta. I need I'm unmuted myself. Hello, hello. I'll be reading this to the lads again. Okay, now y'all are unmuted. Oh my gosh. Mr. Gallivanters and then Mr. Gerbos, the tactician. Okay, and then okay, hopefully everything like works out decent. Okay. You've gotten pretty good at the old friend making game by now, but even the old hand but even an old hand at a, palling around like you, a real platonic Lothario, has bad nights sometimes. Tonight was one of those nights. It's getting close to morning and not a new friend in sight. You met new people, sure, but none of your conversations had panned out the way you wanted them to. Every interaction had come to a close with your friend count no higher than when you started, no matter how many compliments, offers to help, and other tried and true friending strategies you'd whipped out. You won't stand for it. You're determined to finish out the night with at least one more new buddy's name in your little bleak friendship book. But with the sun's about to rise, and you have to admit you're cutting it a little close. As each minute ticks by, the sky gets a little lighter, and the possibility of dying in agonizing fury death gets higher. Maybe it'd be best for you to just pack it in and find somewhere to spend the day. You pick up your trusty palm husk and call up one of your many friends you already have to ask if you can crash. Hell, maybe Skyla will be up for sharing a Recupera Coon again. The soothing ooze has kind of grown on you, and sleeping next to Skyla always makes you feel so comfy and safe. Damn, wish that was me. Turns out Skyla is more than down with you coming over. Time to time to make tracks. You turn tail and hurry in the direction of Skyla's digs, but in not long until you run into a distraction. Fucking scary as. Huh. I don't know, call this kind of house. The distraction is in the form of a house. It's a dark, crooked thing hulking close to the ground, slated wood walls, sloping roofs, vines cling to it, like dust and cobwebs cling to the forgotten things in the attic. Something about it feels off. It possesses a certain energy that sends shivers up your spine, making your hair stand on end. And instinct deep in your gut is telling you to give it a wide berth. On the other hand, it's shelter. Skylar's place is a ways off yet, while the house is right here in the front of you. It could be worth seeing if whoever lives here is willing to put up with you for the day. Fucking. Oh, I need a new page. Boom. Oh, can't replace that guy. Can't do page 2. I can replace this guy. No fucking way. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Didn't you just establish that this place gives you the heebiest of jeebies? Plus, there's always the chance that the inhibitant will cull instead of help you. You're sticking to your original plan. Thank you very much. Firmly ignoring the house, you continue on your way. You make good progress for a while. You, your maps app says you're heading in the right direction, except. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you here again? Did you take the wrong turn somewhere? Whatever. You're not going to dwell on it. Time is running out, and you need to get away from this stupid house pronto. You'll make sure to do it right this time. I'll go right. Okay, you split, breaking into a jog. Split. The scenery flicks past you as you pick up the pace, urgency spurring you on. It's getting even lighter. Won't be long. What? You check your palms again. You're right back where you started, even though you just a moment ago your map GPS put you in a decent distance away. This is ridiculous. There's obviously something weird going on. But the suns are creeping over the horizon. Time's up. There's nothing left for it. You make your way towards the house. Even though everything inside you is screaming at you to stay away. Even though with every step you take, your chest tightens and with your hands tremble. By the time you reach the door, you're shaking like a leaf. Adrenaline zings through you. You could choke on it. You want to run, but you force yourself to keep moving. It's a slow motion race between you and the sunrise. At this rate, the sun will make it all the way into the sky before you can even knock. You drag yourself the rest of the way, stumbling onto the front step. The door knocker is an intricate yet grotesque thing, an undulating tongue lolling out of a set of sharp teeth, all in cast iron. You grab the lumpy end of the tongue and bang it against the door. Nothing. Fuck. Maybe you'll get lucky and the door will open. Out of options? You reach out and turn the doorknob. You can feel the first licks of the sunlight against the back of your neck. Is it just you, or is the skin starting to blister? But today's your lucky day. The door opens. You should feel overjoyed at the life being spared. Instead, your focus is fully on how the roiling in your belly has bloomed into full nausea. In the distance, you inexplicably is the peal of sirens and an incessant whining noise that only continues getting louder. You shouldn't have come here, but it's not like you had another choice. You might as well see what awaits you inside, but as soon as you cross the threshold, the world lurches and you pass out. You come in a different room than the foyer head ringing like someone just whacked it. When you move, you to sit up. There's the sound of skittering all around you, like hundreds of tiny insects are scurrying away to safety. Had they been roving the floor while you were knocked out? Gross. You prop yourself back on your hands and take a look around. Your impromptu nap has done nothing to assuage the deep sense of wrongness you have about this place. But hey, maybe you've managed to sleep through the day. Maybe the sun has set again so you can get the hell out of here. This sense of optimism is misplaced, probably, but it's not as if you can check. There are no windows. You cast your eyes around the room. Underneath the floral peeling and wallpaper, the walls are riddled with damp and mold. And on the other side of the room, an open door. Thank fuck. You aren't locked in then. You can go you can go somewhere else in this place that might have got a damned window. You step into a long, winding corridor. It's so cramped you feel almost as though the walls are closing in. Well, it had been warm enough outside. In here, a deep chill settles over you, sinking deep into your bones. You're halfway convinced you'll never be warm again. Emanating from somewhere you can't see and is music, tinny and rhythmic. It's soon interrupted by a crackling noise, like someone trying to tune into the correct station on a radio. Then one of the picture frames lights up. Looks like it was actually some sort of TV screen.
Welcome.
Welcome.
We're glad that you're awake.
And that you came to visit us.
We've been really
Bored?
bored in this stinky old house.
It really sucked. We could have just died.
From how boring it was.
Two voices, one monotonous. Oh, I can't read. And so quiet you can barely hear it. The other shrill, dramatic, like its owners never learned the meaning of the word. Its indoor voice. Catching what the quieter person is saying isn't made any easier by the high-pitched giggling that starts in the back whenever they start speaking.
So hurry up and find us. We want to play a game.
Gee, why do those words give you such a profound sense of deja vu? The line goes dead. At the same time, a door pops open on the other side of the corridor. You're meant to go through it. You guess you'd rather go somewhere else, anywhere else, other than through that door. But there's nowhere else to go. Or is there? Search for another exit. No, there has to be something else here. Ignoring the voice's instructions, you examine the walls of the corridor instead. Soon enough, you notice something funny about one of the paintings. Its frame seems much thicker than the others, which strikes you as somehow suspicious. Feeling along the bottom edge reveals a button. You push it. There's a groaning sound and part of a wall folds itself away, revealing a tunnel of some sorts. Ha! You knew it. You're so focused on trying to make your escape that you rush through the opening without looking. If you had been more careful, you might have noticed one very important thing past this doorway. There is no floor. Your feet meet thin air, suddenly you pitching downwards. Drat, you think as you plunge towards the pit of knives beneath you. You reach a follower milestone on Chitter the other day too, and you hadn't gotten around to bequeathing it to any of your friends in case something like this happened. Your final regretful thoughts are of your account dusty and abandoned with no one there to continue to update it after you're gone. Game over. Down. Approach the door. Oh. Your wariness only intensifies once you set off down the hall because the wall starts fucking bleeding. You've seen enough troll blood at this point to be able to recognize it. Multicolored streams of ooze over the wallpaper and faded portraits lining the wall, collecting the congealing in sticky, viscous puddles on the floor. The narrow hallway becomes steep in the stench of copper. You walk faster, but the streams of blood follow you, sluicing down from the ceiling as quickly as you walk. You reach the door, eager to get away from the grisly sight. You open it, but oh God, you hadn't considered what might be waiting for you behind it. What if these two shady characters plan to torture you, tie you up and steal your palm husk, texting embarrassing messages to your friends while you can only look on in horror, helpless and unable to intervene, anything but that. It's too dark to see anything. All you can do is fumble and feel around with your hands. Getting out of the room is a no-go. The door swung shut behind you as soon as you stepped inside. You shuffle forward on wobbly legs. The floor feels unstable somehow, like it's going to open up and swallow you at any moment. Would it be a good idea to call out to see if anyone's here? You manage a feeble hello. Your voice echoes. Soft laughter reverberates back in response. You catch a glimpse of something from the corner of your eye, a flash of purple. There's a sensation of eyes on the back of your neck watching you, but you can't discern where the other presence in the room is, if there even is one. You kind of hate this. All of this shitty welcomes you've received. This one takes the cake. You have to get out of here. You try to gather your panicked thoughts together to formulate a plan, and before you can do anything, a series of ropes appear seemingly from nowhere, coiling right around you and holding you down.
You're finally here.
We've been waiting for you.
A light comes on. It's not a warm, burning rays of sunlight. This room is windowless too, but a spotlight, bright and harsh, it lights up a broad swath of the room, bleaching it white and sending long shadows stretching away from it. You can see your captors more clearly now. Two purple blood kids. Aside from their expressions, they look exactly the same. A manic glint sparkles in the eye of one of them, as sharp as a razor blade grin. The other looks more hesitant, almost sad.
Where Bisley?
And Barzum.
You're the alien, ain't you?
You look weird.
Your body's real weird.
We wonder what color your blood is.
Or how springy and slimy your acid tubes are.
They squirm around like slitherbeasts when we slice open trolls' bellies.
And are yours the same?
You struggle against your bonds. You have no idea what acid tubes are, but you'd rather they stay inside your body where they belong. Thanks. You thought you'd move past the days where you had to serve as a tortured muppet. All you needed was a few hours shelter from the sun, and if it's safe to go outside again, you'd really like to leave. This was the wrong thing to say, apparently. The twins leer at you disapprovingly, or, well, one of them looks so disappointed he might burst into tears. The other just looks pissed.
No way!
We told you.
We've been so bored!
Do you know what it's like?
To be all alone?
With no one else to play with?
For wipes?
We might have each other. We're never truly alone.
That's what makes being us so great.
But it's a little difficult to play pranks on someone.
Who always knows what you're thinking and feeling.
Wait, you thought Barzum was the quiet one and Bailey the loud one? But it looks like you were mistaken, or did they switch? If you weren't faced with the prospect of having your innards yanked out and played with by bloodthirsty children, you might be more puzzled by their statement. As it stands, you have more pressing problems on your mind right now, for their words more or less fly over your head. You squirm harder, even though it doesn't do any good. In fact, it just seems to make the twins sadder. You settle on smatter.
Stop trying to get away.
It's always like this.
Nobody ever wants to play with us.
We hate it. No,
Now hold
still.
You look at them beseechingly, trying to appear as small and helpless as possible. Maybe it's a little pathetic giving puppy dog eyes to literal children, but you lost track of your own dignity a long time ago. They're not really going to do this, right? A noise starts up. It sounds suspiciously like a chainsaw, and it is. And is it just you, or is there the scent of raw meat in the air? Where the hell is it coming from? You continue straining in your bonds, stomach clenching in fear, bile rising at the back of your throat. They're not actually going to hurt you, right? Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh. You wake up, gasping, but you aren't strapped down anymore. You're in the same room that you were in at the beginning. What happened? The room hasn't changed since you've been gone. There's still only one way out. You really don't want to step through that door again, but what else can you do? You step through the door. And there's the radio crackling again.
Welcome.
Welcome.
We're glad that you're awake.
Their little greeting goes on just like it had before. A pre-recorded message, maybe? Your heart pounds as you step through the second door. You're hoping you'll be able to sidestep the ropes this time, but instead of getting tied up, you trip forward into a vat of what feels like glue. You are lucky enough to have turned your face away from the stickiness, so your nose is still above the surface so you can breathe for now, but anyway, you can't move.
You're finally here.
We've been waiting for you.
They're acting like it was the first time all over again. What is this fuckery? Are they messing with you? You met already, mere minutes ago.
No, we would have remembered.
Meeting a weirdo like you.
Stop trying to trick her.
Then everything goes black for a third time. And here you are again.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Are you for real? This time you get shoved into a box. You're pretty sure you pass out while you were in the middle of getting buried alive. You come to in the room you're beginning to think of as yours yet again. You pass out 5 times, 10, you begin to lose count. You never pass out this at the same point during the twins' shenanigans, but it inevitably happens, and you always end up right back where you started. The worst part is that while your conversation with the twins stays the same, the way they trap you changes. You get trussed upside down from the ceiling, dunked into a water tank, scrabbling to get out while your lungs begin to burn from lack of air. Every time you black out before you can die, but you've almost died dozens of times by now, and it's really beginning to stress you out. You have to be stuck in some sort of time loop. You see this sort of thing in movies all the time, and everyone knows that movies are the best points of reference for one's actual life. The hero wakes up in the strains of an old pop song playing on the radio and reminisces over their childhood journals, which sends them back in time where they have to stop crime before it happened. Or maybe you were thinking of a different movie. Anyway, your point is that you have to find a way out of the loop. Hopefully, you won't have to do anything too wild like stab your past self and then throw your own bodied corpse out the window. That would really, really blow. Unfortunately, you can't seem to find any clues indicating what you should do next. You always pass out. The twins are always excited to play with / torture you. They don't seem to be aware that any of this is happening from what you can tell. After around 20 something or other, you've had it. Enough is enough. You can't take it. You can't take any more giggling, any more of that hard, damp floor, any more excruciating games. You might not be any closer to figuring out what to do, but you have to try something. Oh. Sorry, Skyla. Fuck this. There's one thing you've been doing wrong, appealing to the twins to let you go. All they seem to care about is torturing you. Of course, simply asking them for your freedom isn't going to work. You'll do things differently this time. If you want to escape, you'll have to go on the offensive. You wake up again. Disembodied voices, bleeding walls, game, check. You head towards the twins' room. Stand back! You yell before they can launch into their tirade. You're a weird, scary alien with weird, scary alien superpowers, and you're not afraid to use them. You switch on your phone's torch app, waving it around. You even attempt to intimidating roar for added effect. The only superpower you're aware of is your irresistible charm and a set of truly banging gams. But they don't need to know that. Your gambit works. They don't cover in fear exactly, but they're bamboozled enough for you to look frantically around the room as much as you can with your paltry light source. There, an air vent with a loose grill. With a desperate yell, you launch yourself up towards the crawl inside. The twins, finally aware that this is all just an elaborate ruse, start shouting after you. The twins' indignant voices start to fade as you wriggle deeper into the dusty guts of the house. You can't have very long. It's only a matter of time until the diminutive terrors climb into the vents after you. Or maybe they'll run ahead and cut you off via one of the other rooms the vent's connected to. They must know the layout of the house better than you do. Much to your surprise, though, you re-emerge at one of the outside walls with no trouble. It's dusk, not day, for which you mutter a quick thank you to your merciful overlords. From there, it's only a simple matter of picking your way down the vines until you get to the bottom. Once your feet touch the ground, you start running. When you cast one last wild glance back over your shoulder, you catch sight of them, your captors, who you've successfully hoodwinked. They're standing at the grand front doorway screaming. You have no idea why they aren't coming after you, but you don't question it, pumping your legs until they're burning. It's a good thing you spent all that time jogging with Stelsa. You've gotten really good at running away from your problems. You stop running once you can't see the house anymore. You're a little surprised that getting away turned out to be that simple, but you know better than to look a gift hoof beast in the squawk gaper. Relief floods through the waves. You did it. You got away. You slowed down to a leisurely walking pace, playing at your phone as you go. You have a slew of texts from Skyla, who had been wondering what happened to you after you never turned up. Her invitation to come over and hang out was still standing though. Oh boy, you can't wait to finally make your way over there and chill with her. You've never played favorites among your pals, but you have to admit that you hold a particular fondness for Skyla, her whole thing, where she always makes sure not to cause you any bodily harm. That definitely has its charm. You keep walking, but after a while, your stomach starts to sink. It's been half an hour and your surroundings don't look any different. You should be closer to Skyla's neck of the woods by now. It's not until you catch the sight of the weathered wall, all wound up on ivy, you realize what's going on. It's the house again. You're still stuck. You're not going to be able to leave its grounds no matter how much you walk. You might have escaped the house. Whatever curse or time-space witchcraft this isn't confined to within those walls. You're in a pocket dimension of some sort, and you don't know how to break out. So now you can either return to the twins since they're the only company you have out there, or you can make the bushes your new best friends. You look dolefully out at the miles of scraggy underbrush before you. Your hand probably best get used to gazing at nothing but this, since it's all you're going to see for a long time. For a long, long time. Forever lost. Oh my god. Lost? Approach the house. There's nothing else for it. You make your way towards the house, even though everything inside you is screaming to stay away, even though with every step you take, your chest tightens and your hands tremble. By the time you reach the door, you're shaking like a leaf. Adrenaline zings through you. You could choke on it. You run to the door, but first have to keep moving forward. Oh, this is like the same exact thing, huh? Yeah, this is the same one. Okay, that's interesting. I'm assuming it's the same one. I'm gonna go to the other save. Wait. This save? Yeah, this save. I just saved, over it. I'm an idiot. Good thing I got the other one. Okay. Remember who you are. There's one thing you've been doing wrong, making this all about escape. You've been so preoccupied with not getting sliced into pieces. Oh, how long's my model been messed up for? Oh, you've been so preoccupied with not getting all sliced into pieces with knives and everything. You've lost track of what's truly important. The word that echoes in your heart when you rise at dusk and pulses through your bloodstream during the rest of your waking hours until it's time to go to sleep. The word that's kicked off every single narrative you've stared in thus far. Friendship. You'll do things differently this time. You're going to bring yourself to truly care about these creepy clown children. God damn it, even if it's the last thing you do. And with the way things are going, it very well could be. Their MO is oddly benign this time. A tickling machine. Unfortunately, it's a little difficult for you to talk to them through all the laughter.
What are those noises they're making?
I think they're trying to tell us something.
Miraculously, the tickling stops. You wheeze, trying to catch your breath, hoping to God you haven't peed. You've managed not to wet yourself out of fear until now. It'd be just the worst to have broken your streak due to laughing too hard. What is it about clowns and you divesting your body waste? Divesting? Divesting? After assuring yourself that your underwear is blessedly dry, you ask, if they kill you, won't they just be alone again? How's that beneficial for anyone? They'll be bored and you'll be, dead, which you would really rather not be. Their creepy, saccharine smiles transform into matching expressions of confusion. Barzum puts a finger on her chin, cocking her head to one side, as if deep in thought, almost like a puppy. Under any other circumstances, you might even consider it cute.
What are you talking about?
We don't want to kill you.
Maybe just cut you a little.
You'll heal right back up again.
Don't be such a wiggler.
Some of the things they've tried to inflict on you would have definitely taken more than your regular human healing function to recover from. But wait, you think back to Ramel taking a whole ass club to her side and acting like it was no big. She'd said something about higher blood colors being able to take more of a beating. Too. Are the twins assuming that's the case for everyone? God, this is what happens when all the adults in the society go off planet and leave a bunch of zoo animals to bring up their kids. Oh well, trolls also solve most of their problems by killing each other. Can't discount that either, you suppose. Take a closer look at the twins. There isn't any malice in either of their faces. The only emotion you can discern is idle curiosity. You decide to take the encouragement. You explain that no, you won't heal from being sliced open, or from an on-fire scuttle buggy being flung at your head because you're a human, and humans heal differently from trolls. Well, differently from high blood trolls at least. You even use your best babysitter voice for good measure. You feel like you're giving a stern talking to about the importance of taking care of one's toys so they don't break. Instead, you propose, why don't you be friends? You can all play together instead of you being the subject of their torment. They'll be able to play with you for longer that way too. They give you a strange look.
Friends?
What's that?
Do people not agree with their playmates often? Very often?
No.
Usually everyone runs in the other direction.
So we have to catch them.
Or trick them.
That explains a lot. You think you're beginning to understand. If they let you down, you can try to show them what you have in mind. They do. They actually free you. They turn all the lights on in the room too, so you can finally see everything in it. It's bigger than you expected and set up like a circus tent. A wire suspended along the ceiling, a person-sized target board rotating at dizzying speeds against the back wall, juggling clubs, knives, scarves, and other props are piled across the floor. You recognize a few of the mechanisms they had inflicted on you before. It's pure chaos. So, what else do they do with all this stuff? They're still staring at you as if they aren't quite sure how to deal with you engaging with them voluntarily. You're feeling pretty tentative yourself. This whole interaction seems incredibly precarious. You're afraid that if you make a misstep, you'll end up back in the tickling rack again.
This isn't ours. We just found it when we got here.
But it does look a lot like what's in our hive.
We can do shows.
And stunts.
All kinds of cool
Kinds
stuff.
of cool stuff.
Fuck. Even when they aren't threatening you, the way they talk in chorus like that freaks you the fuck out a little. In perfect unison. They're like they're one voice instead of two. You shake off your fears and suggest that they show you a little something. They seem to like that idea. Excitedly, they scurry over to the target board. One twin stands against it, while the other picks up a handful of throwing knives. You're anxious. You don't exactly want them to rough each other up instead of you, but Barzum just throws the knives in a graceful arc. They surround Basily. Basily? Perfectly, barely missing him. You gasp, your mouth perfect. Imperfect. Oh, the twins seem pleased with themselves, laughing together like they're sharing a secret.
If you think that's impressive,
Watch this.
They execute a sick flip on a pair of trapezes above the bed of swords, making a daring escape from one of the contraptions they trapped you in. They move similarly to how they speak, perfectly in tandem with each other. With a variety of obsessions you've seen among your friends, it figures that it was only a matter of time until you met someone who made a hobby of risking their lives. It's not too out there compared to the cage fighting you suppose, or collecting saucy East Alternian figures.
you could have just escaped.
From the trap we put you in earlier, you know?
Why didn't you?
You laugh nervously. You hadn't exactly had much to practice, and maybe it would have been easier if you had someone else to help. You look like the two of you. You look at the two of them pointedly. You didn't even realize siblings were a thing among trolls, let alone twins.
Sibling.
What's that?
You know, someone you share a luscious with? Someone you hatched within the same clutch? Are you phrasing that right?
We do share a Lucis.
We share everything.
We didn't just hatch from the same clutch.
We hatched from the same egg.
We were going to be a single troll, but
We split in two.
just our bodies though. Our minds are still one.
One person, two bodies. We're one and the same.
Okay, maybe siblings aren't a thing on Alternia after all. Being literally the same person is quite a different from a human concept of twins or siblings. Somehow this leads to them telling you all about their number of exploits they have with some of the other kids in their neighborhood. One story led to another, and soon you're recounting some of your own adventures too. They particularly love your attempt of giving an impression of Nikke, clapping and crowing as you get the dramatic power stance and flex your flimsy muscles. You can't help but feel a little proud of yourself. You feel like the guy in Jurassic Park who walked in and into the Velociraptor den all, "Be chill, my dudes." They actually listened to him. Besides, there's something great about making kids laugh, even kids who are trying to murder you less than an hour ago. The twins are in the middle of talking about a prank they played that they found hilarious and that they've been trying hard not to grimace in horror at when you feel it, a certain change in the air. Didn't they mean they had been stuck here? Didn't they mention they've been stuck here?
Did we?
Yes, we have.
When we try to go out the door,
Some sort of force pushes us back.
you're the first other person we've seen.
Since we got here.
You have a hunch that that might have changed why you don't all try again. They look at you skeptically.
If you want.
It's not going to be any different, though.
You just tell them to trust you. You look at the front door. The twins are crowding you from either side, clinging onto your arms and edging so close it's like they're trying to burrow into you. Ready? They nod. You push against the door. It opens, and you breathe in cool evening air.
Not so fast.
We've gotten this far before.
But we won't be able to go any farther.
You'll see.
You take one step, then another. As you look beyond the grounds of the house, you see things you hadn't when you first got here. Mountains in the distance, other houses. Before, all you could see was shrubbery. You pick up the pace, the house falls away behind. You... hold falls away behind you, disappearing into the fog.
Whoa!
You did it.
You actually did it.
We can finally leave?
They swoop in to grab you, hugging you hard. The curving horns of their mask almost stab you when their cheeks, with you in the cheek. These things are a bit of a hazard when the wares only come up to about where your chest is. Ah. They keep talking before you can put in a word, pulling you forward and shuffling you along between them. It looks like you were right. It wasn't just enough to save yourself, you had to save them too. You don't know how, but the key to making a little patch of the universe obey the rules of the reality once more was friendship all along.
You should have seen your face.
You were shoot your gam tubes terrified.
You heave a sigh as their incessant giggling surrounds you like so many playful ghosts. Yes, yes, you say, very clever. They were the ones behind all this nonsense, weren't they? You started guessing somewhere towards the end the you wiggle your hands vaguely all the time stuff. They sure scared you, all right.
No.
That wasn't us. We were talking about the...
Bloody walls and creepy sounds.
None of that was real. That was all us. That was all... Chuckle voodoos? We're the best at chuckle voodoos.
We got you so good.
They both bounce beside you excitedly. You blink down at them. You have no idea what the heck chuckle voodoos are, but you can only guess that it's some sort of illusionary thing, so they didn't have anything to do with the time messing up, folding in on itself.
No.
We told you.
We've been trying to get out of that stupid house.
For wipes.
Maybe even a paragee. Did you really think?
That was our hive.
Our place is...
So much cooler than that dump.
Visit their actual hive? You have your reservations about that, but you can't find it within you to say no, as they eagerly pull you along, one twin tugging your hand, the other looping an arm in yours. You look back at the house one last time. You have no clue whether the twins are lying or if they're telling the truth, what really caused what happened here, but right now, you're content enough knowing that you'll never have to see this place ever again. Do you want to understand? No. Game over. I lost. I lost. It like doesn't let me go back to the save. Everything's wiped, right? Damn. Okay. Yes, I'll understand. Of course you do. Your sort of creature always does. You're worn out. Last night was, well, it sure was something. You lived, probably. You learned, definitely. You made choices. You had to. And after all this time, here you still are. So after a day of recuperation from the rages and houses of horrors, you're out walking the streets of the place you may as well start calling home. You've changed out of your party gear, opting for your old hoodie standby. It fits the mood you're in. You're not really looking to meet anyone new tonight. Well, like, you wouldn't say no, probably, but you're not jonesing for it. Only a little. It's complicated. After an indeterminable amount of minutes, you're aimlessly walking. You look around at where you've ended up. You seem to have wandered into a dirt pile. Oh, you know this dirt pile. It's Fozzer's corpse field. How did you get here? You wonder. You're pretty sure you were just on the other side of the city, with no particular desire to come anywhere near here. It's probably fine, just your deep, innate bro honing skills taking over your goddamn body. This little friendship thing. You look around for your pal Fozzer, peeking down into a few of the deeper holes. You might as well say hello since you're here and all. Holy shit, that again? Curiosity killed the cat, but you've definitely got more than 9 lives, so you shrug and slide, not gracefully, down the shiny hole. Fozzer is nowhere to be found, but there is a window down here. It's almost completely unearthed and doesn't take much effort to free it the rest of the way. At first, you think it might be some new trash you could make art with. But when you look closer, you reconsider. The whole ass room you can see through the pane of glass laying at your feet. That's weird. Weirdness isn't typically a deterrent for you, but usually there's at least some causational coherence. Doors are in walls surrounded by rooms. You aren't used to finding parlors and ditches. Is there a latch or something? Should you do a polite little knock? There might be friends in there. Damn, you could really go for some friends right now. Is there protocol for approaching ditch window? Oh, allow me, allow me to stop you there. I'm a timeless being of the void, but even my patience has its limits. What is fun, but this frivolous navel gazing is no longer necessary. Come in from behind the shadows of that narrative text. It's so very hard to see your face. Yeah, you weren't sure where you weren't sure where you are. It's a little unsurprisingly, a little nerve-wracking. You look over your shoulder at the window you guess just fucking came through. The alternating sky is framed by the edge of the dirt hole, and the knot in your stomach loosens a bit. Hopefully that means this is a two-way portal. You turn to look at your surroundings, and oh, there's someone here. The guy you just heard. You assume he doesn't look like any other aliens you've met. Oh, I'm not an alien, or no more than any of us are aliens to each other. In fact, is alien to in fact nothing is alien to me. The root concept behind that term is alienation, being forced from that which is natural. Nothing is unnatural to me. I look upon all realities as equally inviting and approachable. It's you, my dear, who are out of place. I could see that even if I was not omniscient, which I am. Okay, so not an alien with no horns or a cast sign. Though he's definitely not a troll. Whoever he is, he seems to be white. Just really white and round. And his outfit is admittedly kind of dope. Looking at him really ramps up your friend thirst. He just got this quality about him that you've got to get with. Take a step towards him, almost without thinking about it. Oh, my apologies. That compulsion has become extraneous. Let me take care of it for you. He snaps he snaps his fingers and your knees buckle. The force of the universe presses down on you like G forces. You blink and somehow he's there immediately, arms outstretched to catch you as you fall. He's, he steers you to the chase lounge and drape yourself weakly onto it. Only the best of hosts, the most excellent. Please have a seat. The emotional transition. Might be a tad uncomfortable, but I know you handled worse. You're quite the soldier. Allow me to be the first to say that I am very pleased with your work. I know exactly what you were going to do, of course. And most of your work was, in fact, my work regardless. Congratulations are in order. What is this guy talking about? Your work? You tried to parse what he's saying, but your body's still shaking from whatever he just did to you, and it's hard to think in here. You suddenly, sharply don't feel friendly towards him at all anymore, or towards anyone. The void left by that feeling is freshly gape or horror. It's like who you thought you were caved in itself, a black hole, a personality eating your body out from the inside. You try to pull your shit together. He seems like he means business. This is no time to lose it, no matter if your sense of self is shattering. When you truly reflect on yourself, you can you surely can't with any honesty claim to believe any sort of this was your own making, crash landing on a hostile alien world, surviving the impact, dragging around a half-broken body and somehow not immediately being eaten by local fauna. Did you learn an alien language by just by thinking about it very, very hard? Right. Malik said something about that. That you were speaking perfect Alternian, and it was kind of weird, but you kind of just accepted it for no good reason. That's your whole deal. Your friends all accepted your quirks. That's what friends do. You say convince yourself as much to prove it to him. So many trolls, so many fascinating aliens, and all of them wanted to know you. Did you really think you managed all that on your own laurels? Were they all drawn to an indefinable something? Je ne, je ne sais quoi? Quoi? Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. You had this whole emotional arc. You got self confidence. You grew as a person, helped others grow. The white text guy doesn't make expressions, but you get the feeling. He's looking at you pityingly. I see. Find you sweet. Honestly, I do. I don't intend to cause emotional injury. I'm just telling you the truth. I never lie. You'll find. It isn't like you don't have admirable qualities of your own, of course. You have made quite the valuable vessel for me, and I appreciate that very much. I could have not done it without you. I'm not joking. I absolutely could have done it without you. It's just infinitely more fun to do with these things together, is it not? Doc X Reader. Damn. Damn. He's gonna let me look at his AO3 profile or something. What things? What did he do? What did you do? You hope you didn't do something that would fuck over all your friends. Though, when you try to think about them, the bonds you felt before come up all twisted without the artificial friendship drive he'd given you, pushing you forward. You're not even sure what those memories were supposed to feel like. Oh my god. You close your eyes and breathe. You try to remember the way Polipa touched your face after you touched hers, her claws trailing down your cheek. How Teasius slept trusting as you kept watch. How Gorgor gave you a chance when he saw something in you didn't even see in yourself. How not that long ago you got the chitter handle of an extremely friendly Jade Blood boy. Those moments are like the memories of warmth to you now, blurry, cold, and out of reach. Was all that nothing? Your heart is a chasm. Don't worry so much about it. I simply needed some dots connected, some pieces in place for my next move. Choose whichever metaphor suits you, whichever way you frame it. Because of you, everyone will soon be in their right place. Shit, what have you done? Your heart starts to spin and you think you might cry, so you pull your hood over your head, block out the harsh screen of the room. You try to imagine it still smells a little like Malik. It doesn't smell like anything, really, but you remember what it smelled like at first and you hold on to that. It was real. You tell yourself your friends were real and what you felt for them and with them was real too. You're so afraid for them. And as guilty as you feel for craving it, the fear just makes you need those feelings you felt before even more. You're clawing desperately for the euphoria of caring, of being cared for. Who cares if your hand was forced? You felt it and it still matters. You remember how you felt watching Trixie perform bathed in the light of righteous anger, and how you also drunkenly commissioned her with the latter later. No, commission with her later when no, that's not right. That didn't happen. Except you still remember how hungover you were the next day. Oh, damn. Just when you start making sense of things, the whole fucking world shifts under your feet again. You just can't keep up with this fucking moving real estate in your brain. Ah, yes. Well, all the resets. Annoying but necessary. You are just an indescribably bad at keeping yourself alive and in one piece. And you weren't quite as adept at befriending aliens to start with. My intervention was necessary to keep you in the right path. Right in space and mean very the time and space means very little to me, but I had to move quickly and again and repeatedly. Swipe some incriminating note taking here, befriend an impressionable young upstart there, angry chlorobear, inspire some bandits. You know how it is. You have to throw the temporal spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. I'm sure if you look back, you will see you were able to trace my traces of my deft touches. So a few memories may have slipped through the cracks here and there. Timelines tend to collapse on each other if you aren't careful. Your ability to mentally withstand such an event and so often is a testament to my acumen in choosing you as the for the task. You've been almost caught on a few times, which I must say I was not expecting. You almost listened to the silly little girl who likes to dress up in big coats and cause me trouble. And as always, some bystander end up caught in crossfires. By the time with the shovel, for instance, I doubt his mind will ever be the same. A pity. You sit up straighter and clench your hands into fists over the course of his pompous monologuing. You've moved past fear and grief and onto deep, globe chafing rage. How dare he do this to your mind, to your friends' lives? What was so important that one white orb asshole had to fuck with the destinies of everyone you've grown to care about? There are answers out there, and you deserve them, and so you demand them. Adorable. Yikes. You shift on the chase lounge so as to better hide your famous legs from the creepy round fucker. Oh, go down. All of you and your adherence to societal expectations and archetypes. Perhaps one day you could just learn to take a compliment. Besides, I was being condescending. So you demand answers? He sighs theatrically. You aren't sure where the noise is coming from. He doesn't have a mouth. How was he even talking? How the fuck does anything work at all? I knew you would, but I find explaining myself incredibly tedious. Suffice to say, I'm a man with many boards and fields of play, and although there are countless ways to move the players around those boards, some are doubtlessly more entertaining than others. You are simply one pawn among many. I won't bore you with the details. Doubtless you are aware of the greater contextual framework of this story. The hell you are. You weren't aware of jack shit. Your head is full of question marks. Oh, of course. How thoughtless of me. See, yet another unfortunate side effect of the limitless conversing with the narratively limited. He taps a thumb and forefinger to his orb. Perhaps it would suit better to understand gradually. And when I say gradually, please understand that I mean it. You won't be leaving. But yes, I do believe this will clarify some things for you. This way, please. He opens the door and gestures inside. There's a light coming from there, but it still gives off the vibe of a dark closet door and from their bedroom at 3 a.m. You're afraid, yeah, but you want to understand even more. Fuck. Is he gonna? You stand up and take a step, conscious of your moment and your muscles in your leg, with the rosy sheen of your friendship hypnosis or whatever the fuck he did to you gone. The sensations of moving your own body feel heightened, important. Yours. There's probably a version of you that would try to turn him down, or that would even fight or run or take a nap on this surprisingly comfortable piece of antique furniture. You even consider rushing back to say goodbye to somebody, anybody at least, but you know there isn't time to click through all that bullshit. the tributaries flicker in your mental periphery, so so tangible. You can almost see yourself choosing one, but you pull your focus back to your present and look him right in the orb. You just have to trust they'll remember you because the you've become after this journey, after all this friendship and growth and death and time, that you need to understand. You owe it to your friends, but even more, you owe it to yourself. You found your river, and you're going to see where it leads. So you follow him. Sit here, please. The interest of expediency, I will leave you at your own devices while I go deal with unexpected and entirely unwanted guest. It shouldn't be too hard to parse out the truth on your own. All you need to do is read a brief webcomic. Damn. Damn. Damn, and it auto opens Homestuck /story. Damn. Shit. Shit, that was good. Damn, it really is, man. I gotta read. It's the only way to really beat FriendSim. I guess I gotta delay HIVESWAP Act 2. I didn't think it was gonna end like this. No. Wow. You read a short little webcomic. Goddamn. Oh! I gotta read Problem Sleuth. That's what I gotta do. Doy. Oh my god. What was I thinking? Oh. That's interesting. They got 2. Okay. I am like fucking. Oh, I'm like tired. I'm gonna end the stream very abruptly. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for being here. If you're still here, thanks for existing. Oh, I'm tired. Homestuck tomorrow. HIVESWAP Act 2 Friday. And maybe something different too on Friday too. Maybe. Bye bye.